Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to the market segment here on Aneke TV. What a beautiful Monday morning. What a way to start the market. As the global market resets and a new week of opportunity unfolds, we navigate the intersection of fiscal policy and personal prosperity from the opening bell of the Nigerian exchange to the shifting tide of the global energy frontier. We bring you the clarity to lead and the insight to invest. And this is Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your wealth finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance as at Friday, the Nigerian equities market ended the week on a remarkable high note on Friday. Making it marking its 12th consecutive day of gains. The all-share index ASI surged by 2.49%, up 5,266.55 points to settle at an all-time high of 217,167.57 points. Market capitalization also hit a significant milestone, closing at 139.84 trillion naira. The market breadth was positive, with 44 stocks advancing against 27 decliners. Now let's quickly take a look at the top 5 movers as of Friday, where NACO led with a 10% change adjustment, closing at 222 naira, away from the 200 naira it closed on the previous day of Thursday. And then looking at Transfer Express, which equally made positive adjustments of a 10% to close at 6 naira 5 kobo, away from the 5 naira 50 kobo that it closed from the previous day. And we're looking at ETI Eco Bank. Yes, Eco Bank is traded as ETI. It closed 67 naira 30 kobo, away from the 61 naira 20 kobo. It closed on the previous day to a positive adjustment of 9.97 adjustment. Access Corp here equally does access the owners of Access Bank, yes, Access Corporation, closed at 29 naira 90 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.93%, closing, way higher from the 27 naira 20 kobo. It closed on the previous day of Thursday. And looking at their communication, yes, the owners of AIT, you're right, closed trading on Friday at 1 naira 82 kobo, equally in the positive. And then, despite this tremendous positive adjustment, profit taking in some mid-cap stocks led to pullbacks in the following areas. Speaking to the losers for Friday, where we are seeing them led by Mikio. Mikio is a pharmaceutical company, yes, closing on the dip of a negative 9.96%, making a close of 60 naira 60 kobo, away from the 67 naira 30 kobo it closed from the previous day. And looking at Honeyflow closed the trading on this Friday at 19 naira, away from the 21 naira it closed on the previous Thursday, to make a dip of negative 9.52 adjustment. Yes, Abi equally closed in the dip, making a negative adjustment of 9.50% to close at 8 naira 10 kobo. E-Transact was equally in the dip of a negative 9.27 to close at 18 naira 60 kobo. And again, Caverton here closed equally in the dip of a negative 9.02%, closing at 5 naira 55 kobo, away from the 6 naira 10 kobo it closed on the previous day. Now let's quickly take a look at the market projection for today. Analysts anticipate a mixed opening for today as the market balances strong bullish momentum with potential profit taking. Now let's take a look at the bullish momentum. Yes, we expect the sustained 12-day rally suggests strong investor confidence, particularly in the banking and energy sector, which saw weekly gains of 10% and 26% respectively. And then another factor to watch today is profit-taking risk. Yes, given the ASI as at an all-time high, short-term traders may look to exit positions in tier 1 banks like Access and First Holding Company to lock in gains from the past week's rally. In all, you have to stay focused. Yes, watch the financials and telecom sector. So yes, watch the financials and telecom sector, as recent price targets upgrade for Zenith Bank and MTN Nigeria are expected to keep institutional interest high. However, the market is currently characterized by high volatility. Expect a cautious start on this day as investors digest the weekend's macroeconomic news before committing to new positions. Now let's quickly take a look at the Naira performance as of Friday, where Naira demonstrated relative stability, closing the week with a slight appreciation in the official window, even as the parallel market showed minor pressure due to weekend demand. The exchange rate remained within the predictable Q2 2026 range of 1,450 to 1,600 Naira, supported by improved forex liquidity from the Dangote refineries operations and steady central bank interventions. And then we'll look at the Naira against the US dollar. At the official market, it was able to hold its ground against the dollar at 1,525 Naira 27 kobo, and against in the parallel market it closed at 1,567 Naira. And then looking at the Naira against the British pound, the Naira was able to close at 1,902 Naira 15 kobo, while at the parallel market it held its ground at 1,955 Naira. And looking at euro, the Naira made a close at the official market at 1,614 Naira 30 kobo, and at the parallel market, or the street market as many call it, at 1,660 Naira. The parallel market rates are averages across major hubs like Lagos and Abuja. Yes, and then let's quickly run for want of time to give you a market projection for today, speaking with the forex. The market opens today. Traders and analysts are monitoring several key factors that will dictate the Naira's direction this week. The official window outlook is that the window is expected to remain stable, likely trading between 1,520 Naira and 1,100 535 naira. The central bank's narrowed spread between official and parallel rates, currently at 42 naira difference, continues to discourage aggressive speculation. Then another factor to look is liquidity boost. Continued dollar inflow from non-oil exports, which reached record high in late 2025, are providing a necessary buffer for the National Reserve, helping to keep the currency below the psychological 1,600 mark. Then, looking at pressure points, today you may see a slight uptick in demand from manufacturers and small-scale enterprises, seeking to fulfill import obligation at the start of a new work week. Now, our projection is that Naira is projected to trade sideways, slightly stronger today, unless there is a significant shift in global oil prices or sudden liquidity mop-up by CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria. The exchange rate should hold its current ground. Now, we'll tell you to keep an eye on the investor and export volume today. A high turnover above $200 million would signal a strong confidence and likely lead to firmer Naira by, the close of things today and beyond, leading to around Tuesday as well. Then looking at Brent crude performance, yes, turning now to global energy markets, where Brent crude continues to navigate a landscape of geopolitical tension and conscious optimism. After a volatile week, the benchmark is showing signs of stabilization near key psychological levels. Now let's look at the numbers. Starting from Friday performance recap, Brent settled at $98.19 per barrel, holding steady with a 0% daily change, but marking a 0.6% gain for the week. The prices briefly tested the $100 mark, yes, in early trading before a technical correction brought the benchmark back to the $98 range. And then WTI fell over 10% to settle near $84.68 per barrel, a drastic shift from the triple-digit prices seen earlier in the week. And then looking at the key drivers, a fragile ceasefire in the Middle East has helped to ease the immediate war premium, though prices remain nearly 35% higher than they were in February due to sustained supply concerns in the Strait of Hormuz. And then quickly, let's give you our market projection for today. Yes, our market projection for today is that analysts expect Brent to trade within $95 to $105 range today. A break above the $100, could trigger a new rally. While $95 remains the primary support floor, we're looking at supply tightness. Despite the price stabilization, fiscal crude remain in short supply. The IEA, reports that global supply fell by 10 million barrels per day in March, a deficit that continues to underpin high floor prices. Then the Hormuz variable, all eyes are on the Straits today. Any reports of naval coordination or safe passage for tankers will likely see a relief sell-off, while renewed friction could push prices back towards the $115 peak projected for Q2. Yes, if the things do not go well, things may go way high. And then our key takeaway is that the disconnect between the futures and spot prices is the real story today. While Brent futures sit near $98, refineries are paying a 40% premium for immediate delivery. For the Nigerian market, this elevated price environment continues to be a double-edged sword, boosting export revenue while maintaining upward pressure on domestic landing costs for refined products. We'll be tracking those opening and closing bells in London and New York very closely throughout the day, and that's where we'll drop it on the global energy update. And then quickly we'll run to the Nigeria commodities market performance, starting with the recap on Friday from the trading floor to the kitchen table. Yes, we are tracking the cost of living. The Nigerian commodities market closed the week on Friday, April 17, 2026, with a focus on rising grain prices and energy, induced logistic pressure, even as some global food price indices show signs of softening. Looking at this global market performance, inflationary pressure is one of the factors here, where Nigeria's food inflation rose to 14.3% in March 2026, the highest in 5 months. and this momentum carried into April. Market activity on Friday was characterized by scarcity pricing for key staples as transportation costs, surged due to market volatility. And on domestic exchanges like AFES and the LCFE, maize and sugar saw increased demand, trading upward by nearly 8% this month. Conversely, local rice prices have remained relatively flat or seen marginal declines in line with the Global Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. Price index, which dropped 3% last month, is part of the indications of the inflationary figures. Then looking at industrial commodities in the export sector, gold and copper remain the star performance for Nigerian producers, benefiting from the global green transition demand and safe haven buying. Retail prices across major hubs in like Lagos, Abuja and Enugu show high sensitivity to fuel price, which have reached an average of around 1,200 litre depending on location. And then quickly looking at the unit items performance here, and we are starting with the imported rice. Yeah, a 50 kg bag of imported rice depending on location sold between 90 to 120,000 naira, and local rice, yes, sold for 50 kg bags sold between 60,000 to 95,000 naira depending on location. Then beans, that's the brown beans, 50 kg bag of it sold between 70,000 to 95,000. And gari, that's the white one, not the red one or the other colored one. A pent rubber sold between 1,800 and 3,000 depending on location. Maize 50 kg bag sold for 45,000 to 65,000 naira. Then yam, looking at yam, medium tubers sold between 2,000 and 4,000 naira. And one crate of egg sold between 5,000 to 6,500 naira. And looking at cooking gas, that's the 12.5 kg refill, is selling between 16,500 and 18,000 naira. Now quickly, let's look at our market projection for today. Analysts expect a volatile opening today as the market reconciles weekend transport hikes with Monday fresh supplies. Looking at logistics correction, expect food prices in urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt to open at 2 to 5% higher today as transporters, factor in the higher weekend cost of diesel and petrol. Then institutional hedging is another factor that would determine the movement of the market today. We anticipate high trading volume on the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange as institutional investors increase their exposure to cashew and coca contracts, taking advantage of the current export favorable exchange rate. And then the Monday rush, retail markets are projected to see heavy traffic this morning. Prices for perishable goods like tomato and pepper are expected to peak early in the day due to supply chain backlogs from weekend. The bottom line here is that the market remains on the supply side heavy, while international prices are cooling. The domestic energy to food link is currently the strongest driver price changes for the average Nigerian consumer. Now let's quickly run to the international market. Yes, the international market closed the week on Friday, April 17, 2023, with a powerful rally on Wall Street as geopolitical tensions in the Middle East showed significant signs of easing. Now, looking at the performance from the Wall Street, yes, let's quickly run to the Wall Street. The U.S. indices is such that the defining catalyst for Friday sale was the announcement from Tehran that Strait of Hormuz, a vital global energy artery, had been reopened to commercial traffic. This news triggered a sharp sell-off in crude oil and a massive U.S. risk-on appetite for equities. And the U.S. indices surged, to all-time high as the war premium evaporated from the market. S&P 500 gained 1.20% to close at 7,126.6, erasing its previous geopolitical losses. Nasdaq Composite rose to 1.52% to close at 24,468.48 points. Remarkably, this marked its 13th consecutive winning day, its longest streak since 1992. Dow Jones advanced 1.79% to close at 49,447.43 points, with nearly all 30 companies, finishing in the green. And looking at the European market, performance across the rest of the world was mixed. miss largely due to the timing of the news. Europe, most indices ended higher. Germany's DAX and the UK's FTSE 100 gained on optimism surrounding potential lasting peace deal. Then quickly looking at the Asian market. Yes, the Asian market mostly lower. Yeah, it closed mostly lower. Markets in Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Seoul closed before the full impact of the Straits, or reopening was felt, with investors still cautious over expiring ceasefire agreement. And the safe haven, gold, or usually seen as the safe haven, saw a slight pullback from its record high as investors shifted capital back into stocks, though it remained up over 11% year to date in 2026. Now let's quickly look at the market strategy before we go. Yes, for this, especially for Nigerian investors, I know you're looking up to this period. Yes, starting today, Monday, the Nigerian market represents a high reward environment, but requires a discipline by the deep strategy. Yes, on the financial sector, we're looking at this is a high priority area. The sector is leading the market with a 10% weekly gain. Look for entry points in Zenith Bank and Access Corp. Yes, Access Corporation, which are trading below recent price targets. Upgrades despite the current rally. And then moving to energy exposure. Yes, with the sector up 26% over the last week. Arade Holdings and Orlando remain strong momentum plays, though telling stop losses are advised to protect gains against potential profit taking. Then watch the RSI. Several stocks are entering overbought territory after 12-day winning streak. If the market opens with a sharp spike, wait for a midday pullback before committing new capital. And then looking at dividends, we are telling you to pay attention to corporate actions. Recent dividends, dividend increases from Dangote Cement 45 naira and Julius Berger 4 naira 25 kobo suggest a shift towards value-based positioning. The bottom line here is that you should expect selective buying. Yes, expect selective buying. Focus on fundamentally sound stocks with strong Q1 2026 earning forecast. If you are a short-term trader, Monday morning is for locking in profit. For long-term investors, use any early week volatility to accumulate tier 1 banking and telecom assets. And that's a wrap for today on the business desk. Yeah, we're telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps. and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Nigerian arrested in Thailand over alleged cocaine trafficking network. SAN warns of nationwide strike over delayed salary negotiations. On the foreign scene, Pakistan's Prime Minister engages Iranian president in diplomatic talks. On business, federal government clarifies position on World Bank revenue report. Now the news in details. A 46-year-old Nigerian national, Ifeanyi Placid, has been arrested in Thailand over his alleged involvement in a cocaine trafficking network operating within Bangkok's nightlife district. The arrest was confirmed by the Metropolitan Police Bureau following a targeted operation against the syndicate. Police authorities led by Metropolitan Police Bureau Chief Police Lieutenant General Sayam Bunsum disclosed that the suspect was tracked and apprehended near Silom Soy 1 during the operation. Approximately 27 grams of cocaine were recovered from him. 3 additional suspects were arrested in connection with the case. They include a Swiss national, Mr. Thomas Wibini, and 2 Thai nationals identified as Tayanot Asawat Meti, age 35, and Natawat Wang Danjida, age 34, all on charges related to drug possession. Authorities further revealed that total seizures from the operation included about 30 grams of cocaine, a vehicle, cash amounting to 1.5 million baht, foreign currency valued at 15,000 baht, and jewelry worth approximately 400,000 baht. Investigators linked the arrest to earlier crackdowns on the same trafficking network. Tragedy has struck the Nigerian community in the United Kingdom following the death of a Nigerian father of 3 identified as Herbert, who was found dead in his apartment in Tonabai. The incident occurred barely a week after the reported death of a Nigerian mother of 3 from cancer in the UK. According to available information, Herbert was discovered lifeless in his residence after reportedly dying in his sleep. He is survived by his wife and 3 young children. Family sources revealed that the deceased had been under emotional and financial strain following the recent death of his father in Nigeria, which occurred just days before his own passing. The development has left relatives and associates in deep shock. Stakeholders in Enugu West Senatorial District have endorsed President Bola Tinubu and the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, for a second term in office, citing measurable development outcomes and governance impacts. The endorsement took place at Ogu Local Government Secretariat, where a large crowd gathered to affirm their support. A check of 100 million naira was also presented to Governor Mbah to support his nomination process. Senator Sitangu, representing Enugu West, stated that the endorsement was based on verifiable achievements including improvements in security, infrastructure, education through smart schools, healthcare delivery, and road development across the state. Prominent leaders, including former Senate President Senator Kenan Naman, cautioned against political premises of single-term leadership, describing them as unreliable. Governor Mbah, in his remarks, pledged continued service delivery and commended the people for their support, while also highlighting federal government interventions under President Tinubu. Supporters of Mr. Peterobi and Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso have formally merged their political structures under a new platform known as the OK Movement ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The development was announced in a statement signed by the National Publicity Secretary of the movement, Mr. Justin Ije, who emphasized the need for national unity in addressing Nigeria's challenges. The movement stated that its objective is to mobilize Nigerians across ethnic and political divides to confront economic hardship, insecurity, and governance issues facing the country. According to the statement, the unveiling of national and state structures marks the beginning of coordinated efforts aimed at achieving political transformation and accountable leadership. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasser El-Rufai has alleged the existence of a coordinated smear campaign aimed at influencing an upcoming court ruling on his bail application. In a statement issued by his media team, the former governor claimed that false allegations linking him to criminal activities were being deliberately circulated to weaken his legal position. The allegations follow reports of an attack on a principal witness on his ongoing trial. However, El-Rufai has denied any involvement, describing the claims as defamatory and unfounded. His legal team has indicated readiness to initiate legal action against those responsible for the publication. The Kaduna State High Court is expected to deliver its ruling on his bail application. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has issued a weather advisory warning of severe thunderstorms, strong winds, and heavy rainfall expected across various parts of the country. The agency noted that while morning conditions may appear hot and clear, intense storm activities forecast to develop later in the day, particularly in southern states including Lagos, Ogun, and Rivers. Central and northern regions, including the Federal Capital Territory, Niger, and Taraba states are also expected to experience sudden weather changes accompanied by gusto winds. NIMET has advised residents to take precautionary measures, including avoiding flood-prone areas, seeking shelter during thunderstorms, and exercising caution on roads. Airlines have also been urged to rely on updated weather reports to ensure safe flight operations. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, has warned of a possible nationwide strike if ongoing negotiations with the federal government are not concluded by the end of April. Following a meeting in Abuja, the union clarified that reports of a concluded agreement, including a proposed 30% allowance increase, are inaccurate. National President of the Union, Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim, said that no formal agreement has been signed and cautioned against misinformation surrounding the negotiation process. The association emphasized its commitment to fair collective bargaining and called on the government to take urgent steps to prevent disruption of administrative activities in universities nationwide. Governor Hyacinth Alia of Benue State has received 15 rescued passengers of Benue Links, including 8 candidates of the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME), following a joint security operation. The victims were rescued along the Makurdi-Otubo highway, with 7 suspects arrested in connection with the incident. The governor has directed immediate medical attention for the survivors. Governor Alia also appealed to the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, to consider special arrangements for the affected candidates who missed their examinations. Meanwhile, JAMB has released nearly 1.9 million results from the ongoing UTME, while the University of Benin has secured full accreditation for all its academic programs, valid until 2030, marking a second milestone in higher education. The Center for Information Technology and Development has criticized a recent directive issued by the National Broadcasting Commission, describing it as a threat to press freedom and democratic engagement. In a statement, Executive Director of the organization, Mr. YZ Yao, expressed concern that the directive imposes vague standards that could lead to censorship and limit open discourse. The group accused the NBC of failing to engage relevant stakeholders before issuing the directive, thereby undermining transparency and inclusiveness in policy formulation. CITAD has called for the immediate withdrawal of the directive, stressing that a democratic society requires diverse opinions and open media space, especially in the lead-up to national elections. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigerian arrested in Thailand over alleged drug trafficking. SANU issues strike warning over salary talks. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Pakistan's Prime Minister holds diplomatic talks with Iranian president. On business, federal government clarifies World Bank report. We'll be right back shortly.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, has intensified diplomatic engagements aimed at easing rising tensions in the Gulf region during a high-level telephone conversation with the President of Iran, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian. The discussion focused on strengthening regional dialogue and preventing further escalation. Prime Minister Sharif briefed the Iranian leader on recent consultation held with key regional actors, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey, emphasizing Pakistan's strategic role in promoting dialogue among affected nations. He reaffirmed Pakistan's commitment to serving as a mediator by facilitating communication channels and encouraging peaceful resolution of disputes, particularly in light of growing geopolitical sensitivities in the Middle East. Both leaders also underscored the importance of sustained diplomatic engagement, with Prime Minister Sharif highlighting ongoing security cooperation between Islamabad and Tehran, including recent military-level discussions led by Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir. Authorities in Shreveport, Louisiana, United States, have confirmed that 8 children have been killed in a shooting incident linked to a domestic dispute, with 2 additional victims sustaining injuries. Police identified the suspect as Mr. Shama Elkins, who allegedly carried out the attack before fleeing the scene in a vehicle, prompting a police pursuit into neighboring Bushia Parish. Law enforcement officials disclosed that the suspect was later fatally shot following the chase, bringing the incident to an end. Investigations indicate that the attack began with a targeted assault before escalating. City officials, including Mayor Tom Asenioks, described the incident as one of the most tragic in the city's history, while authorities continue investigations into the circumstances surrounding the shooting and its underlying causes. Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Mark Carney, has announced a shift in the country's foreign and economic policy, citing concerns over dependence on the United States. In a national address, Prime Minister Carney stated that evolving trade tensions and global uncertainties necessitate a reassessment of Canada's long-standing economic alignment with its southern neighbor. He emphasized the need to diversify economic partnerships and strengthen domestic resilience, particularly as Canada reviews key trade frameworks, including existing agreements with the United States. The Prime Minister affirmed his administration's commitment to safeguarding national economic interests, noting that future policies will prioritize stability, sovereignty, and sustainable growth. The federal government has clarified reports regarding alleged revenue leakages, stating that recent interpretations of the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update are inaccurate. Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Taiwo Oyedele, explained that deductions from the federal account are statutory and cover essential obligations, such as security expenditures, debt servicing, and revenue collection costs. He further noted that ongoing fiscal reforms, including new policy directives introduced in 2026, are designed to enhance transparency and improve revenue remittances, particularly in the petroleum sector. The government maintained that key economic indicators are improving, including a stabilizing inflation rate and a more sustainable debt profile, urging stakeholders to rely on verified data in public discourse. The International Monetary Fund has commended Nigeria's banking sector recapitalization exercise, describing it as a significant step towards strengthening financial system stability. The exercise, supervised by the Central Bank of Nigeria under the leadership of Governor Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, saw 33 banks raise approximately 4.65 trillion naira in fresh capital over a 24-month period. According to the IMF, the enhanced capital base is expected to improve the resilience of Nigerian banks against external shocks, including fluctuations in global oil prices and supply chain disruptions. The central bank has indicated that the next phase will focus on prudent lending practices and effective risk management to ensure that increased liquidity supports economic growth across key sectors. The federal government has raised concerns over increasing fire incidents linked to improperly installed solar energy systems across the country. The Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency disclosed that the rise in the incidents is largely due to substandard materials and the engagement of unqualified installers. In response, the agency has introduced stricter regulatory guidelines under the Electricity Act 2023, mandating that only certified professionals handle solar installations. Authorities also emphasize compliance with safety standards, including proper system design, installation of key protective devices, and safe battery storage to safeguard lives and property. The British pound sterling opened the trading week on Monday with firm value against the Nigerian naira across both official and parallel foreign exchange markets.
Data from the Nigerian foreign exchange market indicates that the pound was quoted at an average rate of 1,817 naira, 83 kobo per pound in early trading. Market activity showed mild intraday volatility, with the currency appreciating to a high of about 1,820 naira before stabilizing. Analysts attribute the movement to routine price discovery and liquidity adjustments within the official window under regulatory supervision. In the parallel market, the pound traded at a higher range, with selling rates between 1,870 and 1,885 naira, depending on location and transaction volume. Demand remains strong, particularly among individuals meeting international financial obligations, including education and travel expenses. Meanwhile, the Nigerian naira recorded slight depreciation against the United States dollar at the official market, closing at an average of 1,347 naira, 33 kobo per dollar. Parallel market rates hovered around 1,395 naira for buying and 1,405 naira for selling, as stakeholders link current trends to foreign exchange demand pressures and prevailing global economic conditions. Now in sports, the Nigerian National League has announced that the draw for the 2025-2026 Super 4 tournament will take place on April 24th, 2026 in Lagos. The competition will determine the overall champion of the league's second tier, with matches scheduled to commence on May 1st at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikenne. 3 clubs, Doma United, Inter Lagos and Sporting Lagos, have already secured promotion to the Nigerian Premier Football League and qualification for the tournament. The final slot will be decided between Rangers Bees and Jigawa Golden Stars as the teams prepare for the concluding phase of the competition. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Ms. Juliana Olayode has announced her qualification as a professional therapist and counselor, marking a transition into the healthcare and wellness sector. The actress disclosed that her decision was influenced by personal experiences and a commitment to supporting individuals dealing with emotional and psychological challenges. She stated that balancing her acting career with academic pursuits required significant dedication, noting that the process contributed to her personal development. Mrs. Olayode expressed appreciation to her support network and reaffirmed her intention to combine her experience in entertainment with a new professional role in counseling and advocacy. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. A Nigerian national, Mr. Nwewu Ifeanyi Placid, has been arrested by Thai authorities over his alleged involvement in a cocaine trafficking network operating in Bangkok. The Metropolitan Police Bureau, under the leadership of Police Lieutenant General Sayam Bunsum, confirmed that the suspect was apprehended during a targeted operation with narcotics and other valuables recovered. 3 additional suspects, including a Swiss national and 2 Thai citizens, were also arrested as investigations continue into the wider network. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, led by its national president, Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim, has issued a warning of a possible nationwide strike if ongoing negotiations with the federal government over salary and welfare issues are not concluded. The union emphasized that no formal agreement has been reached and called for urgent, transparent engagement to avert disruption in the university system. On the foreign scene, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, has engaged in high-level diplomatic discussions with the President of Iran, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian, aimed at de-escalating tensions in the Gulf region. The talks highlighted Pakistan's mediation efforts and commitment to fostering regional stability through sustained dialogue and strategic cooperation. In the business sector, the federal government, through the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Taiwo Oyedele, has clarified concerns arising from the World Bank's Nigeria Development Update. The government maintained that reported revenue deductions are statutory and part of established fiscal processes, while reaffirming ongoing economic reforms designed to enhance transparency, stabilize key indicators, and strengthen the nation's financial outlook. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
And greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say that the sun does not pass over a village simply because it's too small. Well, the sun is up. The coffee is hot. And we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Monday morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 20th of April, 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise, where we have a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, and hot topics. And that's Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, grab a cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something inspiring and to help you shape your perspective.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up, not just with the debates, of course, we'll unleash the sports oracle.
Let's go to our inspiration segment of the day. That's our quote of the day, which says, just because you do not take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics will take an interest in you. It's a wonderful quote, of course. Just because you don't take interest in politics doesn't mean that politics won't take interest in you. So it simply means that as long as you exist, as long as you are in a sovereign state, as long as you are in a particular area, you live in a street, you live in a home, and you live among people, you always would have to engage in politics. And in case you are not interested, then politics will be interested in you, because human beings must always have an exchange. Human beings must always have an interaction. And that is one of the things that we've seen this morning from this quote. Mr. Uche.
All right. Simply put, there's nothing like being apolitical. We are all political animals. And if you do not take interest, if you refuse to participate, then the people who participate will decide your future. They will decide how well you live, either the economy is good on you or bad. So this morning, like on this quote, we encourage all of us to participate. Let us be part of the process.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather update. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching the Sunrise. Next, we'll take a look on the weather report across major cities here in Southeast.
Good morning, Oka. The morning in Oka will start warm and slightly humid around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. So you may feel a bit sweaty early. As the sun gets stronger, it rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. And the afternoon may feel hot and tiring. Later in Oka, clouds gather and rain is likely. And once it falls, the evening becomes cool and refreshing.
Good morning, Diko City, and welcome to Enugu. The morning comes in cooler and calmer at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it warms up to about 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain may come in earlier here and after. Everywhere will remain fresh and cozy.
Good morning, Abakaliki. The morning starts calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. But the heat builds more here. By afternoon, it can reach about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest area. Later, clouds gather and thunderstorms are likely, bringing relief and leaving the night cooler and more comfortable.
Welcome to Imo State. And how is Owerri this morning? The day in Owerri begins warm and a bit humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. You will feel the heat already. By afternoon, it rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and the air feels heavier. Later in the day, expect rain or light thunderstorms, and the night becomes cool and calm, slightly damp.
Good morning, Omahia. The morning starts mild and comfortable at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, giving you a soft start. As the day goes on, it rises to about 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, and you feel the heat more. Later, rain showers are likely, and the evening settles into a cool, peaceful atmosphere.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break, and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today from The Nation, Vanguard, Punch, Daily Trust, and The Guardian.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Aru. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you on Sunrise this Monday morning.
Thank you for having me. As always, we are here to actually give an insight to the headline of the newspapers in Nigeria.
What's the signal from Nigeria? Has anything changed?
Much has not been changed. After all, the terrorists are still on rampage.
Speaking to the terrorists, what about the power holding company? Are they still performing any better?
In fact, I came out, I came out not well made this morning because I couldn't iron my clothes.
Unfortunately.
Like that of Good Hope. Look at him. The cleaning firm did his.
That's quite unfortunate, but it's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise. Let's dig deep into these news issues.
Thank you.
On the Punch headline, we have 2027 battle lines. APC may scrap consensus plan in Flashpoint State. On the Guardian headline, we have election data at risk as hackers hold government agencies, banks to run. On The Nation, we have federal government explains FAC deductions. Federal government explains FAC deductions. On the Daily Trust, we have 2025 Army gets 7% disbursement for security equipment. Now on the Vanguard, we have recapitalization. 12 insurance firms in tight corner. Recapitalization. 12 insurance firms in tight corner. Now in Vanguard. All right, let's take a look at the Punch headline, which says 2027 battle lines. APC may scrap consensus plan in Flashpoint. APC may scrap consensus plan in Flashpoint. This is a headline which is suggesting that APC are looking at taking a position, and they may come together to pick a candidate who will go for them when in some states, not in all the states, basically in some basic areas, and they are considering dropping a move that could intensify internal competition and reshape its political approach in those areas. That's what we're having in the Punch headline today.
All right, Mr. Rest, let's dig deep into this. 2027 battles. APC may scrap all consensus plan in flashpoint states. This is a party that will expect that has been well micromanaged, but there are risks that all may not be well if they should continue with consensus candidates. They are mooting going into direct primaries in those areas. Let's have your take on this.
Well, certainly there must be this internal politicking when it comes to primaries of political parties. And so when the political parties are going to choose who are going to run election under their platform, certainly there are bound to be horse trading, there are bound to be forages from various intending candidates. And that is exactly why the two options are direct primaries and consensus. And then there are places, the APC have already perfected places, about 3 states. They have perfected about 3 states, Lagos, Oyo, and Ondo, I believe, as places where they have reached to the level of consensus. But in many other states, the interests are numerous. And certainly, of course, you don't close the door on anybody. You actually allow people to vent out their aspiration, their vision, their intention, their interest. And that is exactly why the direct primaries will come to play. So, as they are going on, where it is not dangerous, it is part of the democratic norms that people should come out and test their popularity. So you test their popularity among the party faithfuls, among the party members, where you go in. It's only when overwhelmingly people said consensus should happen, stakeholders, accept consensus in the area. That is where it works. Consensus does not actually work with diverse interests. It does not work when people do not want others to go. But if the people that share the same interest with others tend to step down and say, okay, in the present circumstance, let Mr. A represent us, let him go, then the consensus will work. But when it doesn't, of course, you certainly go to the elections. The intra-party elections, which will now, make people to emerge as candidates of the party.
All right, looking at this, you will see that in Lagos and Oyo and Ogun, that there has been consensus about the governorship, but in Nasarawa and other states, Kwara, Adamawa, Yobe, and Bauchi, there are still indications that there are some issues around consensus. And talking about this, I think from that point of having a consensus, and if APC keeps having a consensus on every part of their of the people who are going to represent them in various positions, like it suggests, it could undermine the democracy of parties. Like you said, you rightly pointed out that it is needful for people to test their popularity in parties. Of course, also to test to have a little bit of need where their exchange, people know how best they could do from the basis of things. Because, if you look at parties, it starts, democracy starts with the parties, starts within the parties. If democracy in the parties are not rightly done, I don't expect that there could be much of this coming out to other places.
Yes, there won't be. There won't certainly be the best candidate if democracy is not involved. But I want to tell you that even the consensus they do is still democratic, given the fact that some people acceded to it. Some people that share the same interest tend to step down their interest and say, because a good reason must give way to a better one. People must succumb to superior opinion. So when during the horse trading, you find out that the better candidate comes and the other candidate feels that this person is better than myself, than himself, and then he will step down and say it is all part of it. It will not undermine anything. The only thing that undermines it is at the end of the day when you bring out an unpopular candidate, impose candidate on people, then automatically.
Let me differ a bit. I differ on this issue, despite the fact that you say there may be, consensus, speaking to consensus agreement, where during horse trading, one may tend to give into superior argument. And I tend to ask, what is superior argument? Superior argument would only be anchored on the elitist conspiracy. For me, looking at this direction that the Electoral Act has told, giving us the option of a consensus candidate or direct primary, is an elite conspiracy against the masses. And the masses in this instance is the party faithfuls. Power over time had been in the hands of the people to determine who would be their representatives. And I quite understand that this process are not free of corruption. Yes, speaking to the money politics that we see in this climate, where party primaries are, dollar dominated, where one who has access to more funds can determine the outcome of primaries. We witnessed that in Port Harcourt, where dollar was flying around during a PDP convention. Even in the now ruling party, the APC, pre-2015, to the emergence of late President Muhammadu Buhari, we saw dollar flying about. That people who were delegates in that convention were able to go home to as much as 50,000 US dollars in this instance. Groups get $50,000. Some were priced up to $80,000. But after all is said, what mattered is that it went to the highest bidder, irrespective of the fact that the then President Muhammadu Buhari emerged being the most popular candidate in APC as at that time. But that's not to, undermine the fact that it's a corrupt system. However, do we, on the base of a corrupt, money-infested primaries, begin to, pander towards this elitist conspiracy against the generality of the people, party faithful, where a few would decide, during horse trading, like you rightly pointed out, who would, represent their interest. And in this instance, you may see that this is a tilt towards a despotic civilian tendency to always micromanage and choose who would be at the helm, even at the local government level, to the subnational, through the federal. And in this instance, when you talk about direct primaries, they understand quite well that one may not be able to overcome, the INEC, the regulator's timetable, and the resources to engage on a direct primaries may be cumbersome. You understand? So leaving the people out to be faced always with a situation where the superior argument, and the superior argument in this instance will always favor the elite. And who are the elites? These are the party hierarchies. These are the men who don't usually see their faces, but would always, move the cheese, the pounds, and all that, and they would decide who would, who would represent the party. And in most cases, you would come to realize if an implosion that may happen going forward will be as a result that the candidates so choose may not be popular candidates. It's all about, like you did say, who has the bargaining chip.
Yeah, just like you did not agree with me in total, I do not actually agree with you when you talk about consensus. In every community, in every ward, in any political gathering, there is always a leadership. You can see that leadership. It might not be an official leadership. It might be a moral leader that will control, that people pay their loyalty to, the person they believe in. So they have ceded their franchise somehow to such leaders. These are the people you said are the elites. You can call them elites, but it's dependent on the relationship they share with the masses of the place. So it is based on that these people come together to begin to accede to the emergence of a consensus candidate. So remember that it is not done in isolation of the people. It is not done in isolation of the people. So they believe that those who are representing them, who are holding their franchise morally, are capable of choosing the best of candidates on their behalf.
Granted, but if we continue on this trajectory, we may go back and forth. The point is that we argue from the party basis, forgetting and negating how we came about these circumstances. It has to do with the electoral amendment, where a few individuals, tilted towards a certain direction. You can remember quite well the revolts, the demonstrations, the angst that followed the passage of this very electoral act. And one of the changes that we saw is that the electoral act now made it mandatory for us to go into consensus, and for us either go into direct primaries or consensus. And in consensus, I am of the opinion that one, the process was not such that it was the will of the people. It is a will represented by a few individuals, who are in high places speaking to the legislature, because we witness even within the legislature the protest that followed the passage of this very bill. And having said that, I stand to be corrected that this in all its ramification would not in any way represent the wishes of the party members who cut across the generality of Nigerians in support that they will no longer have a hand on who represent them as a political party, but the political leadership, the political leadership of the party to continue to decide. And this in itself would, is already, a manipulation of an outcome that would, we'll see in the general election.
Whichever way you see, whichever perspective you see it from, the fact that there are options, it is an optional thing. It's either you go into direct primaries or consensus. So, and he said, in case where consensus do not work, that is to say, in the course of choosing who will represent the party, and the people say no, certainly, of course, the end.
All right,
people go for the primaries. And remember that you talked about the negative aspect of the primaries, which has to do with corruption, money, politics, and all that. It is still there. Yeah. It is still part of the things that we negate. Why it may be better. It may be better for the people to go for consensus, given the fact that people are not left out in the form of consensus. Sometimes there are town hall meetings, there are places where the people okay such consensus with a voice vote.
Mr. S, let me concede some grounds, but without me not keeping quiet, but raising some questions. When you talk about the people not agreeing on consensus and deciding to go on indirect primaries, who are these people? These are the questions. The members of the party are the elites. It's not the those are the grassroots of these political parties. It's the elites. When there is a dissonance, when there's lack of agreement around among these elites, then they will decide to go into direct primaries. And the point I'm trying to make is that in a democracy, in a building and nascent democracy like ours, there is need for us to be quite democratic. The law or the electoral Amendment Act wouldn't have in any way decided for every political parties the line to toe. It would have been a free option for the political parties to decide that we will do a direct primary or indirect primary, and not every of political parties being lumped and then the will foisted on them. For me, is undemocratic for us to be pushed and rammed into this very process, where I tell you, because what I'm looking at is the end of where we get to, not in this very dispensation, but beyond. We may get to a point where only the elite, and I'm taking a cue from the politics of Lagos State, One, the politics of Kano State, and I do not know anywhere in southeastern Nigeria that is prevalent, but in River State as well, we may see situation like that, where only a particular elite, a conclave of an elite will decide in future who gets what in our state, and negating the wills of the people.
And so happens just within 4 states or 5 states, you have seen that direct primaries has prevailed among the generality of Nigeria because it's just a microcosm of the states, the 36 states that made up the federating units in Nigeria. So, which means that the majority of the people must have gone through direct primaries. So,
you know, I consider grants to you, but the point is that we should jettison the word "the people" because that's where I have issues. I do not see the people in this. What I see is a political hierarchy, a party hierarchy, a consensus of a few determining an outcome.
I try to find that from you. Are you a member of any political
party? I'm not a member of a political party.
So you may not
know. I'm a keen watcher.
You may not know the nitty-gritty of these things when it is done, because you only have an opportunity probably to cover the events.
No, it is my job to interrogate this process, and you quite agree with me. At those periods that you feel I may not be aware, I am equally aware that the people, the ones who call the people, are equally not part of it.
That is exactly, but you have to wait. That you see, the indices upon which you measure what you are saying now is that there must be indications that somebody is protesting somewhere, that this consensus done is not done in the right way, or that this primary done is not done in the right way. That is when you now begin to defend that consensus plan. But where people are not complaining, you don't have generality of the people saying no to it, then automatically it is generally accepted, and that is what we call democracy.
No,
democracy is a government of the majority. Yeah. That is democracy. It does not mean that all the people must agree to terms. No.
Yeah, you see, when you talk about democracy, I may agree with you that definition that it is a government of accredited representatives, where a few, majority will always have their way, but the few should be allowed to have their say. And in this very instance, the point I'm making is that this new electoral act has micro-managed and willed everyone into submission. What the political parties are doing now is that they are constrained because it's a law which they have to play by. Yes, the umpire would not recognize whatever input or effort or how they come about who their candidate is. It is already law that it has to be consensus. It's already law that it can be indirect, right? In this instance, they do not have the choice. Everyone has to obey and told to what the law says. No. But the emphasis here is that if we were a place where the people were carried along, where the will of the people were in fact, allowed to prevail at the legislature when this electoral act was being passed, what we would have seen is a situation where political parties would have been allowed the choice to determine what suits them, what works for them. But in this instance, we are seeing, and there may be implosion amongst the political parties. If there will be none, we won't be speaking to this headline in the Punch newspaper, where the ruling APC is now trying to micromanage a situation, a fallout that may happen in some states by wanting to go into either a primary where they are not reaching consensus. So in all emphasis, the point I'm trying to make is that democratically it will be more profitable for us to allow that space in the electoral acts for parties to decide their own direction.
Do you know what has been the system before the electoral acts amendment?
Tell me.
It has been indirect primaries. If it has, and there's been a lot of litigations upon litigations after primaries, and if it had been the best option for Nigeria, they would have actually...
So whose responsibility it is to decide that it wasn't the best option for Nigeria? That's the point. Whose responsibility?
The data available has shown that over time it has not worked. They're now
which data? The National Assembly that passed this bill never showed us the data.
The data of litigations.
The data of litigations. There are still litigation. There will still be litigation based on this.
But the data, that is the number of litigations associated with former indirect primaries that has been done over time. Remember, one of the elections in Nigeria that was adjudged the freest and the fairest that happened, they did it with direct primaries. The primary election that saw Abiola and to Ibrahim.
The
Tofa.
election organized by Humphrey Mosu.
Yes, Tofa and Abiola.
1993.
It was direct primaries. People stood around and they counted, and that was all. So, and they have then, since after then, it has been indirect primaries all through till this amendment. So you now see that based on, what has been tried over time, they now decided to say, let us now give a try. When you are doing one thing and you are getting the same result, you change course.
Mr.
And that's exactly what they have
Mr.
done.
Reyes, I think we're on the same point here. But the point is this. When you look at the 1993 election organized by then Humphrey Mosu, you understand, you would agree with me that the system was foisted on us by the military. It's quite different now that we are in a democracy. What we had then was a despotic military rule. So in this instance, we are talking about the right. We are talking about choice here. The right to choose whichever way you want to go, while the majority in the National Assembly and the ruling party may feel that the way to go is indirect primaries or consensus or direct. It doesn't, underemphasize the fact that the generality of Nigeria doesn't represent the whims and caprices of the generality of Nigerians. And I still maintain that political parties who have been given the right to so choose the system they would want to, that will be more workable and beneficial to the political parties.
And I ask that people have not complained about it.
There were protests that followed. There were protests that followed the electoral act.
It wasn't about that.
No, there were a lot of things. There was a lot of things. There was a lot of things. There were things that were mooted at the focal point of protest, but there were other underlying facts.
We are on in this.
Of course, but there were many issues that were being questioned. There were many issues that were being questioned.
Nigerians needed was a real-time transmission of
there were many. You see, the electoral act was being interrogated, but the issue of real-time transmission, took the focal point at that very point. Didn't mean that even within the National Assembly that people were not questioning the whole bill itself.
No, nobody is questioning about primaries.
No, there were concerns raised. Even
which
if there were no concerns, you and I won't be talking about this issue. There are concerns.
No, the concerns.
There are concerns.
The concerns
in the political parties.
There
are concerns in the political parties.
No, the concerns raised by you.
There are concerns.
Because
you and I in this studio. You and I in this studio.
Their grounds have said they shouldn't have amended the electoral act to say direct primaries and
you and I in this studio, we've read and we've analyzed over time where parties complain that they may not have muster the resources to go into such primaries. Less they are left with throwing a consensus option, and when that fails, there will be other crises that will be thrust upon the nation, meaning that they may not be able to meet the INEC timetable. These are issues, but rest for the want of time, we would allow this. We will continue this deliberation at some other time.
All right, we'll go over to the Vanguard headline, which says, ADC leadership, why 3 river blocks are locked in do or die battle. That's a headline in the Vanguard newspaper. It says, why ADC leadership, why 3 rival blocks are locked in do or die battle. The ADC is facing a deep internal crisis as 3 competing factions struggle for control of the party's leadership, with disagreements over authority, strategy, and the 2027 elections fueling an intense, high-stakes power tussle. So, the 3 factions in ADC already, which are the Dumebi Kachuku faction, the former presidential candidate of ADC in 2023, and Nafiu Balagombe, the one that was handed over to David Mark-led faction, of course, the National Working Committee. Of course, it's an alleged issue where there are these three factions in ADC.
They didn't hand over.
They didn't hand over. It was one of their meetings. They didn't hand over, of course.
He didn't hand over.
He didn't hand over.
Beautiful.
But it was alleged that such a thing was what was happening. Now, each of them are accusing the other of illegality, impunity, and high stakes of party structures. They are actually having a battle of who will take over. Even as the court has given a status quo judgment, let every faction be on their status quo. That means there should be, everyone should be operating where they are until we give our final order. That's what the court has said, until they have to give their final order. This is actually what ADC has been, having three rival blocks in the same party. That's a question that we have to look into as a coalition, and not just as a coalition, but an opposition that many Nigerians are looking forward to, go head to head with the current leadership.
All right, Mr. Rees, let's go deep into this situation. It's no longer news that the coalition party may not be coalescing, giving credence to the debate, the struggle for the party leadership. On one hand is the David Mark leadership. At the other hand is Nafiu Bala Gombe. And then we have Kachuku, the 2023 presidential candidate of the ADC, all laying claim to the leadership of this party. And we've seen that the David Mark leadership had gone ahead, to conduct a national public affair of the party, where, issues were adopted. In this instance, many have argued as well that this negates the order of court for status quo antebellum to be maintained. However, Mr. Rees, let's get your informed opinion on this issue.
Well, the ADC as a coalition has a real deep problem. Apart from the leadership crisis they do have, with numerous courts, litigations that are there, they also have their own internal leadership, not leadership, but stakeholders crisis as to who will run for presidency. But let me talk about the party leadership crisis. That is primary. We know that there are three groups that are standing differently, claiming to be the authentic leadership of the ADC. And one is led by the former presidential candidate of the party in 2023 election, Dumebi Kachuku. He had to rally round members of the party chairman, for the chairman of the party to actually come together and take their party. He believes that they own the party. And then you have Nafiu Bala, who was the deputy national chairman at that time. And Bala, on his own, even when it is seen and read by all and sundry that he participated in the process that brought the Mark Arebushala leadership. He still insisted after a few months that Mark and Arebushala are not the authentic chairman and secretary of the party. And as such, that with Ralph Wosu stepping aside, that he ought to, as the deputy national chairman, he ought to come in as the chairman. And that resulted in the court processes, which we are all aware. Nigerians are over time reading about the court processes. And presently at the High Court, it is sine die. And at the Supreme Court, it is going to come on the 22nd for hearing. So, and it is until this court makes pronouncements, the issue of interpretation of the appeal court ruling has been the controversy. It has brought more controversy than anything, where Judge Amopitan, Prof, was asked to resign, that he tends to have actually, toed the line to actually work against the party, because it's like the party is not there, but it is still there, because without the leadership, it means the party is not there. In principle, it is not ought to be. But if we come back to another bigger problem, in case the party do not have this leadership problem, the party leadership problem, the bigger problem are the stakeholders, those who are actually seeking to represent the party at the highest level, where somebody has to be presidential candidate. We have the likes of Atiku, Obi, Amechi, and so on. We have the Tambuwas, the Erufais, Kwankwaso of the Kwankwasia movement, and so on. And presently, Atiku addressed a press conference, not even a press conference. It was an interview, an interview discussed in a television station, where he said that even when you put Tambuwa and Kwankwaso together, that his popularity is much more than theirs, that he can gather more votes than the two. That Kwankwaso, he gave it to him that he will only do the gathering of votes in the north, just in Kano, and that for him he will gather the vote or get votes from almost all the parts of the north, which makes him a superior politician. And some people berated that interview because he was not, they said he was not discussing substance, that he should have sold his manifesto. He should have told Nigerians what he would do within maybe a time limit, if elected, if given the franchise, what he would do to restore Nigeria, what he would do to change the economy, what he would do to, stem the tide of insecurity, and so on. But he did not use same. He used same to actually talk about his prominence in the party, such that everybody should just hope that he should be given the presidential candidacy. So, and for people like Amechi is now disenchanted with the way Atiku is carrying himself, and he has also made statements to show that he's not aligned to him. And at the end of the day, people like Obi have not talked much about he believes that the way to go, because of a lack of fund, is for them to actually come out and agree on a consensus. So, and that takes us back to the issue of consensus. So I believe that the ADC actually, as a coalition, may not actually work as a coalition, even if they come out of the party leadership crisis. They may not eventually come out, because Obi Abinisho said he's not intending to go for a dollar-to-dollar primaries. And Atiku has always been the dollar-to-dollar primary. And certainly everybody knows that he will win when he goes to dollar. So, for that, the chances that ADC will remain a very strong coalition, that is my opinion, is rare.
All right.
It may not work for them. And within a period of time in future, I predict that some of these politicians that have come together as a coalition may go separate ways. And that is exactly what it is going to be.
All right. Let me come in. You know, you did capture Atiku's position, you did capture Rotimi Amechi's, but that of Peterobi, I do not think in his emphasis. He had said outrightly that he must be on the ballot come 2027. So his position is clear as well. However, when I look at the coalition and I interrogate the individual intentions, very beautiful intention. But you know, on this platform over time, with you, I've always maintained that the opposition has failed Nigerians. That has been my outright position, that they've not done enough to keep the ruling party on their toes. Having said that, we are seeing a coalition with individual intentions, and I hope, I've always maintained, I hope that these are political gimmicks to confuse the opponent, to confuse the ruling party, that they are speaking in this way, but they don't have a clear direction. And I did submit, and I submit again, that if the coalition goes into primary, I for one, and I suppose I speak for equally the minds of a lot of Nigerians, that we won't take them serious. If they are serious on wresting power from the APC, they should be able to go into the inner chambers, just like the conclave of selecting a pope, and come out, give us the white smoke, show us a candidate, a sellable, viable candidate. If they do not do that, I for one, I wouldn't see the seriousness in the coalition. In fact, we will have a coalition of cacophony, of various discordant tunes, as we are beginning to witness. But I want to believe that these discordant tunes are that of the political showmanship of political gladiators who know where they are headed, just to confuse. Well, I would hope that we are going to see a consensus candidate, and that candidate, whoever it is, the rest of them should gallantly support this individual to challenge the ruling APC, and then let the Nigerian masses decide the way to go. And that's, for me, that's my submission on this issue. Anything outside that,
you go with the consensus once more.
Anything outside that, speaking about consensus, we are left with little or no choice in this instance, because if it were to be a situation where the party, you know, were left to choose the options, I know they wouldn't have chosen direct primaries. There may be other options. And in this instance, if anyone, even the most cherished former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, if he wouldn't want to be part of it, then he will go to another party where they may either adopt him or he will come out as a consensus candidate. There are options. But in this instance, my position remains that if the coalition is serious, they should go into their conclave and give us a white smoke in a consensus candidate.
All right, we take a short break and we'll be right with other updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
We look at the Daily Trust headline, which says 2025 Army gets 7% disbursement for security equipment. The Nigerian Army has received a 7% share of allocated funds for 2025 aimed at procuring and upgrading security equipment to strengthen operational capacity and improve responses to ongoing security challenges.
All right, Mr. Rice, We're talking about the armed forces here, the budget here.
We have always, at various times, we talked about federal government not actually funding the military.
We talked about insurgency, terrorism in Nigeria. We talked about the equipment, the ammunition, and every other thing required to do the fight, effective fight against insurgency. And we have always agreed, we have always said that Nigerian government have not done enough. And when we say have not done, the indices here now has vindicated us. They have been able to show that 2025 budget, the releases for the military armaments, hardwares, and everything has stood at 7% for a whole year. You see how bad it is. Something that has been done for 100%, about 4-point-something trillion. Then, you know, we have various sectors of it, but they have done less than in terms of procurement of armament and all this, 7%. Why would colonels, brigadiers, lieutenant colonels, commanders, and men, why wouldn't they be killed by insurgents in the northern part of Nigeria? Why? Because they are going to front to stand for Nigeria with nothing. Because they do not have the wherewithal to stand against terrorists. And we are talking about Nigeria. We are talking about a country that is enormously rich. We are talking about a country that should hold their own among the Committee of Nations as a country that can afford so many things. Yet, our soldiers are dying like fowls at the war front. That is why today, the insurgents take the war to the military bases, because they know there's nothing there to actually back these expert military men, you know, to back them in the course of those attacks. That is why they go to the military, they kill them. That's why they lay ambush and kill them. That's why, because they even have better intel than even the government, the military itself. Better intelligence, that they now know how they are going. They know their bases and how they are staying, and they know even when to attack and when not to attack. So we do have a problem in Nigeria. And what the question we ask, what has been instrumental to lack of these releases of these budgets? It's a question that Nigerians should ask. And that is why we are now sacrificing our soldiers. It's as if these soldiers are nothing. We now sacrifice them for nothing. And the insurgency in Nigeria is not getting down. It is growing up at every moment. And it is a shame on this country.
I don't know if there were better ways to frame it. It's quite unfortunate that by our own government's admission, the information from the Office of the Accountant General, is giving credence to the fact that out of 20-point-something billion budgeted for the army, and in this instance, for the purchase of equipment, only about 1.46 billion, 7% of this lump sum was disbursed. In this instance, is a collateral failure. And the facts speaks for themselves. You are, like you rightly pointed out, we're losing more men in the front. And over time, we did say and speak to the fact that the late Brigadier General Brima did make requests for equipment. They didn't get to him when he needed it most. And today, we've led him to rest. Look about the colonel. and a whole lot of other combatants that will fail as a people. And you raised a very germane question. What is the bottleneck stopping the disbursement of this fund? I will leave people with a question. You don't understand. Go and check the amount that's been budgeted for the rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram. It begins to tell you, when I raise the question, that we do not have a plan, tangible roadmap to ending insurgency in Nigeria. Many will think that we're just raising ordinary doors. And I ask again, in view of what we've witnessed, that the budget, this is budget for procurement of equipment for your military, failed abysmally 7.something%. And we stand bold as a nation and we'll talk about other things. Yet, we give allotment to unbudgeted funds for the armed forces and paramilitary. The more we take, one step ahead, the more we take 10 steps backwards. There's no better way to frame these issues, but it's quite appalling that a nation where we are budgeting 68.32 trillion, the president did submit 50-something trillion, and the National Assembly augmented it by an additional 10-point-something billion to get the 68.32 trillion that we have. Quite unfortunately, and you do not give priority to your military. When we plan, when we do not plan, then we plan to fail. And this instance, we are planning to sacrifice more of our men if we do not bring the needed equipment. A lot of rhetorics is quite appalling, it's quite discouraging. And for crying out loud, we ask the question, why are we losing more men? You raise the question, what is the bottleneck holding back the needed amounts for these equipments to arrive at our shores? And here we have our answers in underperforming budget. I leave it at that.
It will not happen again.
Yeah. All right, that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a favorite, a physical copy of a favorite paper, or you can catch the full details online. And also, that's a wrap on today's Sunrise, today's edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It is always a pleasure. I'm Goodhope Chukwuma.
And thank you, Mr. Rest, for that exciting, in-depth details on analysis. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV.
And Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions.
At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result? Reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only sports oracle, and we are back to doing what we know how to do best. Today we'll be talking about a lot of things in the world of sport, and we're going to be focusing much more on football because we have a lot happening in the world of football. But before we move on, I have to tell you that I'm with the guy who does the best, who gives the best of the analysis and commentary on sport, and I'm talking about Worldwide, good morning. Thank God I didn't call your name Worldwide. Nice to see you back.
If you had called that, I would have, reminded you that this is what it is.
All right, so you've seen what's happening in the world of football and how it has taken a shape, how the Premier League has been a tug of war. Yeah. And before we get to the Premier League, I want us to see the Punch Extra newspaper headline, where we have all the headlines in the world of sports, especially football. Let's just see what is really going on there and how it has been. Now, so far, you would see that Iheanacho's brace sends Celtic into Scottish Cup final. Iheanacho, the Celtics, striker. Is he a striker?
He's a striker.
Okay.
Iheanacho is a striker.
But because I of course know Iheanacho has played in the midfield. Has played number 10
at a certain time in
Nigerian football. Even in Leicester too. I'm sure he has played. Of course, I'm not so sure if he has been a winger, but I'm sure he has actually
even for Man City.
Played number 10. He has played number 10, number 8. I'm sure he has played this to the number 9. Now, looking at their qualification and sending the Celtic into Scottish Cup final. That's really a good game, and I'm seeing this happening over and over time with other Nigerians. Now, but we're gonna get to where we are having other people. Let's check the newspaper headlines, which says Liverpool wants 170 million for Gravenberch. You know Gravenberch, the midfielder. Liverpool wants 170 million. Of course, Liverpool should actually want that. But let's move on to they should want that. Now, Osimhen still doubtful for Fenerbahce derby. Osimhen still doubtful for Fenerbahce derby. Then we have United. That's Carrick wants United job permanently. Chelsea not interested in Vini. That's Vinicius Junior. Chelsea is not interested in Vinicius Junior. Now, in boxing, we have Atang dismisses Joshua comparisons. Atang dismisses Joshua comparisons. And we have still in the Nigerian professional football, Musa Dent's Rivers title hopes as Rangers go top. We're going to see the league table and what is happening in the Nigerian Professional Football League. We also have Bavarian seal 35th Bundesliga title. Now, finally on Manchester City, we have citizens peg Gunners back in title race. Now, I really want us to start from this Arsenal game. What happened yesterday? Of course, you know, on Saturday, many people would not want to talk about that Manchester United won Chelsea.
Yes.
And that's actually one of the winnings that has made Manchester United stand out. So what do you think about that match exactly? What do you think happened in the match, and what is that? What is significant about this whole match? Looking around it, yeah.
Well, for the Manchester-Chelsea derby, well, I don't know. I would have loved to say that the two clubs were competitive, but I did not see any competition in that match. The two clubs were just so, I don't know whether to say they were not ready for the match.
I believe Chelsea played more. Chelsea played a good game.
From what I watched.
From what I watched too.
Let's say from what I watched. I want to judge from my own competition.
Chelsea played
a good first half football. But coming from a club that
even second half football. Okay, ball.
I would deny that fact. Okay. Coming from a club that Manchester United were playing with almost zero centre back. There was nobody.
True.
Apart from heaven on earth. There was just one defender.
Heaven and Mazraoui. Imagine a number 2.
Then Shaw.
So who else?
How can Chelsea be playing in Manchester United that had no defender, no central back, and you are coming to tell me you lost at home? What am I supposed to give to you, credit or what?
No, because let's talk about these conditions that has made Manchester United not be able, that have made Manchester not to play with centre backs. Okay. You of course know Lisandro Martinez and the
red card,
and Harry Maguire red card too, okay. And he was also fined about some thousands of euros. Now, looking at the decision making, I mean, we are coming from the Premier League referees, from the VARs. The decision making towards Manchester United has not been so classic.
Yes,
because of the same thing that happened.
The same pulling of hair. Yeah,
it happened
against Fulham.
Against Fulham. And there was no card.
It's not even as if they had the yellow card. Then we'll see.
Are we now talking about it as an agenda against Manchester United?
Yes, as a Manchester United fan, I could say there's an agenda.
But
since I'm not a Manchester United fan, I'm trying to analyze this sports
in the center of football.
For me, the same incident.
Okay.
The same pulling of hair. I pulled your hair, you gave me red card. As a Manchester
was that hair pulled? That's the question. It was not pulled.
No.
It was no. It was
bring
not
the video evidence. It was pulled.
It was not pulled. What happened was he was landing. He did not intentionally.
No.
Give me
video evidence.
Listen to me. He was landing. he was landing.
Bassi was landing.
Martinez, both of them challenged.
That was against Calvert-Lewin.
That's what I'm telling Calvert-Lewin.
Yeah.
Martinez jumped in the center midfield to challenge a ball that was coming from the area.
Okay.
He was trying to win his duel.
Then
as he was falling, he had to. You don't know what happens. This is humanity.
No,
everything can happen.
Just tell me what happened against Fulham. Then we will just end this argument. What happened against Fulham?
The thing is that what I'm saying is
no. You will tell me what happened against Fulham.
No, Fulham's case is that is similarly the same thing.
Okay.
So what are you now saying?
You have already said it's similarly the same thing against the same referee in the same competition.
Do you know it was not even that ref that called? It was VAR.
Tell me what the ref called on pitch.
The ref called for.
He did not do anything.
It was no. What I'm saying is that against Fulham, the ref called for. The ref did not call anything.
Okay.
But against Manchester United, he called for red card.
Okay.
It was not even him. It was the VARs.
Then tell me now, against Calvin Bassey, there was pulling of the hair, or there was no pulling of the hair.
There was pulling of the hair.
So why will you give somebody red card, the same referee in the same competition,
and not give
another person? And you not give another person even a card? Let's leave the red.
I think that
should the red. Give me green card or yellow. Did not give
actually anything. That ref was not even going to call that red card against.
He was not calling again
because that's what I'm telling you. It was the VARs that now have.
VAR called. Okay, why did he not call? Okay. Let's say this is a foul. I did not give card, but this is a foul. Then VR will now intervene, then tell me that, okay, give him a yellow card or give him a red card. But then you tell me that Manchester United fans should not be angry.
Well, Manchester United fans should be angry actually. But now let's look at this Premier League qualification before we get into the Premier League matches that was played yesterday. Coventry, Frank Lampard's side, is now in the Premier League.
Of course.
And our own Frank Onyeka too is back to the Premier League.
That's a big congratulations.
That's a big congratulations.
There was something I was telling my friend who is a Chelsea fan. I told him, okay, let everybody revert back to their legend. Liverpool, let's take Xabi Alonso. He's our legend, okay. He's coming back to coach Liverpool. Chelsea, you take Frank Lampard.
No, I will not let Chelsea to take Frank Lampard.
You're a Chelsea fan.
No. Let me tell you why. Frank Lampard has, he has tested his time.
He has tested a coaching Chelsea. But you guys did not give him enough time.
I'm not a Chelsea fan. Don't stop saying you guys.
Okay, Chelsea fans did not give him enough time.
No, it's not Chelsea fans. Listen, how it happens is very simple. The same thing that happened to Xabi Alonso. He went to Bayer Leverkusen and he took them. In fact, he took over and he took them. He did well, very well. He played unbeaten for a while. Now, what I'm saying is, he would not have taken Real Madrid job.
No, there is no error in taking Real Madrid job is a very big tax.
That's what I'm telling you.
Don't forget that he would have stayed before there.
Yes, he would have stayed next season. He would have managed Bayer Leverkusen. What actually happens? That's what I'm telling Frank Lampard not to go anywhere. Let him play and show his best with Coventry.
He has shown his best.
No, let him do it with Coventry another season.
There's no. Sometimes we don't have that chance for a second luck like this. Now that is in Premier League, for me, it should go for Chelsea. Who is Chelsea using now? They are using Liam whatever.
Alaya is Liam whatever.
But
Liam Rosenio.
They could do with Frank Lampard. He's their legend.
Okay.
Liverpool are going for Xabi. Okay. Of course, Klopp Slot is retiring maybe end of the season.
No, of course.
He's going. That one, there's no fact about it.
He has to go from their point.
Liverpool fan. Me, I'm a Liverpool fan. We have tried. We have given them enough opportunity.
Well, let's talk about we have come out from Coventry. How they have qualified for the. We're also having Ipswich there and Millwall. This is in 35 years. These guys are having. Wow. Now let's talk about the Nigerian Premier Football League, Professional Football League. Seeing how they have actually managed to scale through where we have. Let's see the fixtures and the results, and also the how the league table stands as it stands currently. What is actually happening in the league table? Yesterday there were matches that were played where we have Abia Warriors and Bendel Insurance. Abia Warriors lost to Bendel Insurance. Now the highlight of the match yesterday, we're talking about Rangers Football Club of Aba, how they I say football club. Rangers Football Club of Enugu, sorry. Because my mind was like,
sounding like
Rangers and Enyimba, you know, that kind of a thing. Yes. Now, looking at Rangers yesterday, they had their own share where they won Enyimba FC 2-1. Now, how is it? What is the Nigerian Professional Football League table looking like? What is that? Is it actually looking like? Because it is one of the things that I have been talking about. And when you look at Nigerian football, you would see that there are many things which we need to understand. And now, let's see the match day table. That's the match day 35, how the table is. Rangers is topping the league by 59 points and Rivers United are number 2 on the points too. Then we're having Ikorodu City are also they are number 3rd. Now, looking at this, you're going to see that there's a lot of competition in the Nigerian Football Professional League where no one is going to agree for each other, because this game is something that no one has seen. Now, let's talk about something very important in this side of football. I mean, are we still struggling with the grassroots development of players? Looking at Eric Chelle, still trying to find players who he's going to bring to the game that is coming up in May. I mean, the cup that Nigeria has with...
the Fidelity Cup.
Yes, the Fidelity Cup.
Now, of course, there's a lot of competition coming up. You know, the grassroots players, they are doing very well.
Okay.
You can't take away, like, you want to bring out players from European competitions just to put them in the Nigerian football team.
Yes.
There are players playing well at the grassroots level. You can't disregard that. So,
yes.
Chelle has a big job. He has a big task ahead of him, despite Nigeria did not qualify for the World Cup. But there is a lot, in the sense that the country wants to see improvement. Like, you have a big task ahead of you. You have demanded for so many things, and the country is like, okay, let's give him that opportunity. Like, let's see what he can do. Now they have given you the opportunity. What next?
What next?
You have players across, like, within the country.
Yeah.
You have players outside the country that are doing very fantastic.
Yes.
So now it's residing on you, like, choose your team, like, because from what he demanded, he wants autonomy on, I can decide on whichever player I want to choose. There should be no interference, and they gave him that go ahead. There's no problem. So when Chelle now fails to, get players that have good quality to represent Nigeria, it will be a very big shame.
It will be a very big shame.
So now he has a big task. Like, he has given himself, like, choose from here and here who you want to choose.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do with it, but give us good results. Nigerians have given him that mandate, like, give us good results. So for me, it's a very big task, and it's left for him to just do what he can to prove that, yes, he's a qualified coach to coach the Nigerian football team.
Yes, it's very important. Now let's go back to the Premier League proper, where we are having a lot that happened yesterday. Looking at the running for the league trophy. Of course, congratulations to FC Bayern Munich for winning.
Those ones, they are ahead.
They have won the league
ahead.
Very well ahead. Now we're looking at the opposite happening in the Premier League, where Arsenal are about to, bottle it again.
Well, for me, I'm not an Arsenal fan, but it's painful. It's saddening for me. Like, I really wanted Arsenal to win the league.
Look at what Mikel Arteta said. He said it's not over for the title. There's still so much to play.
Of course, this is just like an encouraging statement.
What do you expect him to do?
How can you be 9 points ahead of a team? Then, as at yesterday, you are 3 points ahead, with the other team having an outstanding match.
Okay.
For me, there's no winning mentality for Arsenal.
There's no
winning
Arsenal.
mentality.
What is actually happening to Arsenal, we could see?
My brother, I don't know what is happening to Arsenal. I can't even tell you what is happening.
Even me cannot tell what's happening in Arsenal, but I believe so much that there is a lot of mentality gap. Because this is just at the outside of the game yesterday, Man City fans that are trolling Arsenal, that designed this is Odegaard coming out to say that they still have hope to,
How can you say you still have hope?
But the problem is that when a lot of people have said a lot of things concerning the comparison between Odegaard and Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, there was a time you asked me this question. There's no stats about this comparison. There's no comparison between
Bruno Fernandes is about to get his 20th assists of the season.
Then you are comparing.
How many assists does Odegaard have? Arsenal fans are getting. Arsenal fans is dawning on them that this is getting out of hand.
No,
and when you look at it, will you say that Arsenal lacks something? I mean, in players.
Arsenal, they lack that leadership or mentality, winning mentality.
Okay,
I don't know.
Let's talk about this. Do you know if it was Liverpool that was at top?
You are going too far.
Or Manchester?
If it was Chelsea.
Let
me use the club that are below top 5 because now we have a top 5. So let me now remove myself from top 5. Let me use Chelsea. Chelsea are, I think number 6.
Number 6, yes, they are.
If it was Chelsea, 9 points ahead of Man City, and you are expecting me to like Chelsea will now lose guard. Man City coming 3 points close. Man City have an outstanding match.
In fact, if it was Manchester United,
no, that's why I said remove top 5.
Would wear
there's no way in the world.
Ferdinand will put back his jersey and come back and play match.
How can you be topping? And
9 points
you
clear.
say you want to win the Premier League, you are 9 points clear. Then you are now coming after 2 or 3 months. We actually that you are 3.
We're not actually seeing Manchester City here. What Manchester City is doing, looking at
yes, they have been consistent.
They have been consistent. Yeah. And let me draw this lesson. You remember that Pep Guardiola granted an interview where he was asked, what is so special about the Manchester City game? What is so special about Manchester City, improving and doing well at the end of the season? He said something that really, gave me a heart wrench. He said that every time that in Manchester, the weather is always cold, but almost at the end of the seasons, I mean Premier League season, there's the sun, and that interestingly is the sun that helps the players, because the players now have to gain much sun and they start to perform well. I was asking many questions. What is actually that? Is that really true?
No, for me that's just like a motivation, like a proverb.
I know he's an elder in football, so
yes,
he should motivate.
He's just trying to motivate his players.
Yes, of course.
To go for the trophy. Now, they have a chance. I will call it a chance. Now, has a 3-point lead. Meanwhile, Man City has a game at hand.
Okay.
So, whatever happens determines who is going to carry the league.
Who's going to carry the league?
If Man City
gets a win, eventually,
they are equal points.
If Man City eventually gets on top of the league, we are having a problem here, because looking at Manchester City, if they eventually clinch just 8 points above Arsenal,
no, it's going to be the same point.
Now let me ask you something. Do you think at the end of the day that Guardiola will retire a happy man? We take a break from football. If he wins this trophy, yes.
Yeah, there's everything to retire.
And he still has a FA Cup.
Happy man.
He still has a FA Cup.
No,
imagine sealing your going on break.
The FA Cup. Leave the FA Cup. He has won the Carabao Cup.
Yes, he has won it.
Now he is going to win the Premier League.
Yes.
Assuming,
yes.
So what is there? What's left?
He's a happy man.
He's a happy man all day.
Yes.
There's nothing left. Even though he does not win the FA Cup, he can dash down and out. But he's a happy man.
But finally, someone was asking a question. What actually is it about the Manchester City so special about their squad? Who do they have? Citing that Bernardo Silva is leaving Manchester City this season.
Yes, for me there is no special. I've not seen any special, because that's the same squad last season.
That's the same squad, and
it's just the winning mentality.
I think this is the winning mentality.
Arsenal has bought players that could have given them the league. They have Eze, they have Rice, they have
beans.
They have everything. But this is the same Man City squad. Apart from Sameyon, the Mamouche and some new players.
Chekri that has been making waves.
No, that guy is very good. He has proven himself.
He has proven himself.
There's no, despite whatever you have to say.
My question is how the scouting team, how they scout out these players.
No, of course. There was one time Cheki played against Manchester United and he made a statement. I believe that's where they scouted Cheki from. He wants to prove a point against Manchester United. That time Manchester United won. I think it was Leon that he was playing for.
Yeah.
So they won Leon. So now, Manchester City coming to sign him. He wanted to prove a point against.
But he cannot prove it because
he has proven it. If he wins,
winning the league, I thought maybe it's a match. He against Manchester United. He will not win the league because of that.
If it's against Man City,
then he will not win the league. He's not serious.
If he's not going to win the league, who is going to win it?
Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. This is where we are drawing the curtain close on this edition of Sports Wrap today. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for keeping us on your screens to see what's happening. We will be right back and we will bring you other updates on Sports Wrap. I am your one and only Sports Oracle. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this with me today. It's always a pleasure. And we'll be right back again with other sports and things happening in the world of sports. For now, have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance houses, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you political issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, on The Insight, we'll look at the 2026 Nigeria's economic trajectory, upward or off track. 2026 was predicted to be Nigeria's make or break year. After the structural tremors of the last few years, we have arrived at a definitive reflection point, with GDP growth projected at 4.4% and the Naira finding its footing. The stabilization phase is officially over. We are now in the consolidation phase. Yet, beneath the surface of this recovery lies a tension between institutional optimism and household reality. Are we witnessing the birth of a new, diversified Nigerian tiger, or are we merely seeing a temporary bounce in an oil-dependent basket case? Tonight, we dissect the trajectory. Nigeria 2026, upward bound or off track. And joining us this morning to give informed opinion on these issues is Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Barrister, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much. My pleasure too.
All right. Yeah. First of all, let's get your opinion on Nigerian economy, especially on the state of Nigerian economy.
Well, Nigerian economy is in a mix. In a mix because it suffered a huge shock in 2023 with the onset of Tinubu's administration, with the two pragmatic policies, economic policies introduced from day one, which is the removal of the fuel subsidy and the harmonization policy of the foreign exchange market. These two policies brought a huge shock in the economic hemisphere of Nigeria and brought excruciating suffering and hardship on the people. But then Nigerians were promised that it is good. You cannot break an egg without, you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. That the savings from the subsidy removal will be deployed into other critical areas of the economy to make it stronger for the benefit of the entirety of Nigerians. That was the promise the country made. Now today, the question is, having suffered the shock in 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 should be a stabilizing year. Is the economy stabilizing, or is it still in shock? Is it in upward trajectory, or is it downward trajectory? So that is the question, and that is the subject of our discourse today. And my position is that it depends on the side of the divide you are.
Okay.
Economists or government apologists believe that these critical reforms introduced by the Tinubu administration in 2023 is actually pointing to an upward trajectory in economic recovery. That is to say that after the shock of 2023-2024, in 2025, Nigerian economy is looking upward and it has stabilized, and there are macroeconomic indications to prove that we are in upward, Nigerian economy is in upward growth. Then on the other side of the divide is the opposition voices. Opposition voices do not agree that Nigerian economy is on upward trajectory. Rather, they say it is in downward trajectory. Because all that the government say about recovery of the economy, all that the IMF and World Bank, forecast about recovery of Nigerian economy is in paper. It does not reflect on the life of Nigerians. There is no improvement in public facilities. There is no improvement in government services. There is no improvement in general standard of living of the people. So my duty this morning is to go into these two divides and mirror their thoughts for the benefit of our viewers. And I must warn that I am not an economist, I'm just a lawyer, but a public affairs analyst. We analyze whatever touches the life of the public, whether for good or for bad. That is what we do. And so from the vantage point of a lawyer, I'll be looking at the economic trajectory of Nigeria using the macroeconomic indications we have seen, from economists and other analysts and even IMF, who try to review the economic situation of Nigeria, especially for the year 2025 and 2026, which they consider as a year of stabilization.
Yeah.
And this macro, first of all, I will take that of the government side, who believe that we are in upward trajectory, and that the two shocking economic policies introduced in 2023 have brought good dividend into the economy. And what are these macroeconomic indications? The first one, of course, is the GDP, gross domestic product. It is one of the macroeconomic indicators to gauge the performance, economic performance of a particular economy or a country. And the GDP growth of Nigeria has improved. The second quarter of 2025, Nigerian GDP was in 4.23%. In second quarter of last year, 4.23%. And analysts say that this is the fastest Nigeria has experienced in 4 years. In 4 years, 4.23% in GDP growth. That's a good indication, and it points to an upward growth or trajectory in Nigerian economy. The second factor is the IMF position on the economy of Nigeria. The IMF growth forecast for Nigerian economy for 2025 is at 4.2% growth rate. For 2025 was 3.9 growth rate, and from that 2025 to 2026, we have experienced a growth rate of 4.2%. So if you look at 3.9% last year and then 4.2 growth rate this year, it's about 3% growth rate, according to the IMF. So if that is the case, then that means Nigeria is proving strong in performance in area of services, especially non-oil sectors. It is the non-oil sector that has driven the economy to experience this kind of growth within just a short period of time between the second quarter of last year and this year. Another macroeconomic indicator is the revenue drive or physical position of the economy. Now, Nigeria has been operating for many years what we call federal revenue deficit for many years. Nigeria has not been able to meet its revenue target. And that was why throughout the period of the 8 years of Buhari administration, Nigeria was borrowing to run its budget. So that is federal deficit in revenue. Now, that when Tinubu came in, this federal revenue deficit was at 5.4% in deficit. And now, between 2023 and this 2025, last year, it has reduced to 2.6% of federal deficit. And of course, this means that there is improvement in revenue generation, there's improvement in meeting revenue targets, and the Tinubu did say last year that his administration had realized his revenue target. But unfortunately, the CBN governor, Cardozo, gave a different report in one of his public outings, which many in government circle decried, because he was able to say that the government did not meet its revenue target. And that was in clear, sharp contrast with what the president told the Nigerians, that his administration had exceeded its revenue target. So when we have such contrapositions coming from government circles, it now fuels the trust deficit that Nigerians have in their government, whether or not government is telling them the truth about macroeconomic performance of our economy. So that was a very low point for the central bank governor to admit that the government was struggling with its internal revenue generation, which is in contraposition with what President Tinubu wants us to believe. The next macroeconomic indicator that shows that Nigeria is on upward swing is the foreign exchange reforms. Now, the foreign exchange reforms, which cancel what we had under Buhari, which was the harmonization of the foreign exchange, and increase in oil production, has stabilized the foreign exchange sector of the economy. Now, we now see that between last year and this year, the Naira has gained some strength from $1,800 Naira to $1 that it was early last year, to late last year, December, it dropped to 1,500 per dollar. It's a strong indicator that the economy is picking up. And why is it picking up? Because there is improvement in services, especially in non-oil sector of Nigerian economy. Nigeria is no longer dependent on oil. So there are also improvement in telecom sector, other non-oil like solid minerals and all that. So the harmonization of the foreign exchange policy, if we can sustain the improvement we have had in the strength of the Naira, and Nigeria continues to drop from that 1,500 to $1 that it was last year, December, then it means that we have sustained that small improvement in foreign exchange reforms. Now, another strong macroeconomic indicator to show how an economy is performing is in its foreign reserves. Now, Nigeria's foreign reserve has been in its high time low, but we see that it has grown to $41 billion. When Tinubu came into power in 2023, it was around $35–36 billion. But with the management of the economy, it stands at $41 billion. That's another improvement, another indicator that we are making progress. Now, industrial sector. The government believe that they are doing very well in the industrial sector. That industrial sector is having a rebound. Nigerians are yet to see this in reality, but of course this rebound in Nigerian industrial sector show that as at the second quarter of last year, that we have gained 20.46% in the industrial sector. If this is true, that means there's progress. But then, there's a problem with the government of Nigeria and its people. And that is what I call trust deficit. The people of Nigeria don't believe their government because the government is fond of feeding them with falsehood. When things are bad, they say it is good. And that now takes us to the next trajectory, which is the downward trajectory, which is the way of the opposition. Or some of us analysts, we believe that everything that the government says is performance or achievement in the economy, we need to see it reflect in the living standard of the people, in the provision of public services. And this public service we are talking about, let's take, for instance, the electricity sector. What improvement has government done in the electricity sector? Because it is this sector that drives small and medium scale enterprises. And it is small and medium scale enterprises that drives any economy. In the United States, it is small and medium scale. In India, in China, small, cottage industries, manufacturing you know, small manufacturing plants, and you have here and there that drive the economy. Now, what is the fate of medium and small scale industries in Nigeria? You can see that they are struggling to survive because there's no electricity in Nigeria. This has been a major problem that have been driving down the economy of Nigeria, lack of energy, lack of electricity. So that industries, factories depend on power, on their own power generation to be able to drive their industries, to be able to drive their factories. And this, of course, increases, doubles, or multiplies the cost of production, which is passed over to the end consumers. And that is the cause of inflation. So the major macroeconomic indicator that points to downward spiral is inflation. Inflation in Nigeria has continued to be uncontrollable by government. Why? Because the twin policy of removal of fuel subsidy, of harmonization of the forex, liberalization of the forex market, have brought a lot of shock. In the transport sector, transportation has more than tripled because of the cost of fuel, cost of diesel, has made every material, be it raw material or finished goods, transporting it from one point to another, the overall cost has made inflation to skyrocket. And the government is not doing anything about it. No matter what I have read out as macroeconomic indicators that is pointing to the recovery of the economy, the mere fact that inflation has continued to be on high, that is, Nigeria has not been able to control inflation. The prices of goods and services have continued to be on the rise. This is the reason why whatever we have gained in the economy, the macroeconomic indicators have proven to be zero in the reality. Every household has continued to experience the shock they had in 2023 because the cost of transportation, even for civil servants who must go to work every day, have increased, making nonsense of the little they get as salary at the end of the day. So inflation remains a very critical factor that the government needs to tackle. And tackling inflation, you cannot tackle inflation by giving executive orders or by directing marketers to lower their prices, because you cannot direct marketers to lower their prices if you don't create an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to bring in their goods and services at low cost. If they don't have constant energy to drive the industries and factories, you cannot tell them to lower their prices, because all this adds up to the cost of these goods and services. And the ultimate victim is the Nigerian consumers. So that is one indicator that has made nonsense of government projection about success in the economic policies. Another one is standard of living. You cannot have a standard of living when people cannot afford to pay their rent. Now, when the forex was liberalized and naira skyrocketed to up to 1,800 per dollar, it made nonsense of whatever we are doing in the country, because it affected we are an import-dependent country to start with. Every good that is imported, even the phones we use, are imported. You now see that the prices of these goods were tripled, sometimes quadrupled, because of the cost of importation. High forex, high cost of dollar to the naira has made importers to feel a lot of pain and a lot of shock in their business. And what do? They pass this thing over to the end consumers. And that is why you see even the ream of paper we use in our offices, in government offices, in schools, have all hit the roof. Even the school books, stationaries that we need in schools, have all hit the roof. This has brought attendant increase in school fees. Now, when landlords pay a lot of money to put their children in school, when landlords pay a lot of money to put food on their table, what do? They increase their rent. And that is what responsible for the high rent we experience across the country. That is a very another sharp indication that our economy is not recovering at all. The third point is high debt servicing. This government inherited a huge foreign debt by the former administration of General Buhari, over $80 billion in debts. Now, what we expected this government to do from day one was to cut down on government expenditure, to cut down on government and the cost of running government. But rather than do that, the government continued to indulge in ostentatious living, showy display of wealth. And now it takes a lot of money to fund this lavish lifestyle by our government officials, starting from the president. Look at the amount of money that was used to refurbish the house of the vice president. Look at the amount of money that was used to buy cars for the office of the wife of the president that is not recognized anywhere in Nigerian constitution. There is nowhere, no law in Nigeria that recognizes the office of the president or the office of the government. But look at the amount of money, billions of naira, budgeted to buy cars to run the office of the wife of the president. Look at the amount of money used to buy new vehicles for those in the National Assembly. These are areas of leakages that the government should have been careful to manage. Because when you know that you are running on debts, you do not go ahead to run business as usual, spending scarce resources on consumables. So that is where government has not done very well. And that has also affected the cost of living. Because when government borrows to run its budget, it exactly there's failure in expectation of the people, there's failure in delivering government policies. And that is why you see that now government has made a lot of mistakes in its policies. In Nigeria, most of the problems we have are bad internal roads. There's no state in Nigeria that has good interstate roads. None. Now, if you run on Nigerian roads, you see that it brings a lot of hardship to road users. What does the country do? Instead of revamping our roads to be in a good state, they are now embarking on White Elephant project, building coastal road to nowhere that consumed a lot of money, billions, even trillions of naira. Coastal road from Lagos to Calabar, coastal road from Abuja to Sokoto. For what reason? When there are existing interstate roads, the government can easily make motorable and ease the cost of transportation and ease the inconvenience that motorists and commuters experience in Nigeria. So the cost of living in Nigeria has continued to be in crisis. And all the macroeconomic indicators about recovery and the upward growth of Nigerian economy is not reflecting on the standard of living of Nigerian people. Because public facilities like electricity, good roads, water and all that is not there. Now, look at, there's hardly any city you go to in this country that Nigerians get pipe-borne water. So what it means that for you to run your household successfully, you have to generate your own power. So that when public power fails, you own your generator. You have to generate your own water. You have to have your own borehole, or you have to go miles and miles away to buy water from those who have borehole. Now, you have to provide your own security. Because security is another serious issue in Nigeria that has made nonsense of whatever growth we have made in our economy. Look at those in Benue State, in northwest, northeast Nigerians, where some of the food that we eat in southern Nigeria come from. Farmers can no longer go to their farm. The Buhari government had this policy of rebranding the terrorists, you know, and recruiting them into the army. They say they have radicalized them. Having radicalized them, you now put into the Nigerian army, and that's when we started hearing about ambush. When Nigerian army is going for an assignment, they are ambushed here or ambushed there, which bring a lot of fatalities to our brave soldiers. So this issue of high cost of living, high inflation, another macroeconomic factor, downward factor, is high debt servicing, like I've already mentioned. Because we inherited so much debt from the past administration, and we are still borrowing to service these high debts. Is really taking so much from government, and there's a lot of structural vulnerabilities that make it difficult for Nigerians to believe that we are making progress in this country.
All right, thank you very much. You've spoken quite eloquently to these issues, but I want to ask, you know, we've given the projection of CBN, which has claimed or projected 4.49 GDP growth for 2026. But one thing that is obvious here, despite the 2025 4.07%, that what I'm asking is, how do we begin to make this impact the people that you spoke about? How do we bring it home so that the average man on the street will feel the impact of this growth in their pocket? What would we advise government? Because obviously there is something that is not right here. If the growth is on paper and is not reflecting in the life of the people, then something is rightly wrong here.
Good. One factor that can make this growth on paper to reflect in the life of Nigerians is for government to be sincere to themselves.
Sincerity?
Sincerity in government. There's no sincerity. A lot of corruption is still going on in this government. Many government officials are diverting money meant for development to private pockets.
Allegedly?
Allegedly. Many. Even money budgeted for welfare is being diverted and nothing happens. There's no consequence for embezzlement of public fund. And so government has to be sincere to itself. There's what we call fiscal discipline. No economy can survive without fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline means that government has to be circumspect the way they spend public money. Why should government spend over 300 billion naira to buy to refurbish presidential aircraft? The number of aircraft we have in the presidential fleet, spend billions of naira to maintain them monthly. So first of all is for government to cut down on its expenses, then check corruption, and then government has to look into why the removal of fuel subsidy has not brought to Nigerian people the needed dividend. Why? Because what we got as a dividend or savings from removal of fuel subsidy is not being managed well. The government shares it among 36 governors. These governors are political vampires that are responsible for the downward spiral of our economy because they don't deploy this money. What distribution of this money has done is to increase corruption among state governments. Because there's no state government that is doing anything new. There's no state government that is bringing new or better developmental strides in the state. So we ask, where is this money going to? The federal government should have done better by amassing this money together to use it to fight aggressively critical areas of the economy. Take for instance the energy sector. We cannot talk about growth in our economy realistically if the energy sector is not tackled.
If the energy sector is not
tackled, you cannot talk about, because like I said, what drives the economy of any state is medium and small scale enterprises. The tailors, the artisans who need power to do their work.
But if I may, sorry to cut you short, you know, we'll talk about the artisans in Nigeria, the common masses. And you rightly said that without tackling the power sector, there's nothing to discuss about the economy moving forward. Well, let me ask, why is it that the conglomerates in Nigeria continue to thrive? MTN, for example, posted a very good result. Likewise, many other companies. And they continue to thrive, while the individual in Nigeria doesn't seem to thrive. The artisans that you speak of.
MTN is not doing better than NNPC. But the difference is corruption. MTN is a South African company. It's coming from a strong economy. And it has a responsible leadership. Being a private sector, they manage their resources better. You can't steal the money of MTN without being discovered. And when you are discovered, there are consequences. So, if you compare this to government, like NNPC, over the years, NNPC has refused to post any profit from the oil they have been selling over the years. Why? Because the corruption in NNPC feeds the government. Now, at every election cycle, like we're coming for 2027 now, you see the corrupt officials at NNPC funding government campaigns. And so because of this, they are shielded from investigation. There's nothing the government does about the corruption in NNPC. Now, if there's nothing that government does about corruption in its sectors, how can that sector make progress? So the difference is corruption. Nigeria has not been able to tackle energy sector because of corruption. There are businessmen and public officials, politicians who are interested in Nigerian energy sector not working because they benefit from the rot. How many times, how many billions of successive government from Obasanjo regime, hundreds of billions of naira go down the drain in the name of revamping the energy sector. Under Tinubu, this year alone, how many times has the national grid collapsed? How many times? And has government taken any proactive step to avoid the next collapse? Government has not. Now, under President Jonathan tried to tackle the issue of NEPA. And what he thought was feasible was to unbundle NEPA to PSCN, and then later they balkanized it into regional energy distribution companies. And you handed these distribution companies to the same businessmen who are not interested in the survival of this country. The same businessmen who are benefiting from the rot in the system. Those are the people you handed over this energy distribution. And what is the attendant consequence? No progress.
No progress.
No progress. From EEDC to a co-distribution company to Kaduna distribution company to Wari distribution. All of them, there's no progress. There's no part of Nigeria you go to today that you see constant power supply. Why? Because the Jonathan program has failed. Because the idea of unbundling NEPA was a good one. But how can you unbundle NEPA and you take it to the hands of ravenous businessmen, ravenous politicians who are not interested in making the energy sector work, who have been benefiting from the collapsed energy sector? Those are the people you handed over the energy sector to. That is why the Jonathan program failed to revamp the energy. And now, successive governments have not seen the need to take a pragmatic step to solve the energy problem. Now, what does it take? Nigeria, if it's a serious country, could easily go to Egypt and find out why Egypt is having uninterrupted power supply. Nigeria can go to a small country, Rwanda. I met a Rwandan in the United States in 2014 when we had a program in University of Rhode Island. I was in the program, a Rwandan, a Ghanaian, some other African countries. And one professor came from Atlanta to take us on one of the courses. And we made introductions as participants in the program. And when I introduced myself as coming from Nigeria, he laughed. And now used Nigeria as a topic for the day, talking about energy sector. He said that it was Nigeria that made China a giant, an economic giant of the world today. It's Nigeria that make China about to overtake America in macroeconomic indices or indicators. He gave examples. He said that in Nigeria, everybody, businessman, civil servant, student, worker, that they have generators like a portfolio. That when you want to go to your shop, you pick the portfolio. When you go to your shop, you open the portfolio and start it. And the power you use for the day is generated from that small portfolio. And when you close for the day, you close the portfolio and now take it to your house. Then you on it again in your house to power your generator. That all these portfolio energy supplies are coming from China. He now asked me pointedly, why is it that my government is not interested in making power available to my country? You know what happened? Kigali, who was just sitting next to me, asked me, from Rwanda, asked me, Amos, is it true? I said, Buri, shut up. Even you coming from Rwanda, even Rwanda. He said, yes. I said, you people are just coming back from a very tortuous civil war. He said, yes, even during the civil war, they had constant power supply. That as a civil war happened when he was just a small boy. Then his mother took him to the next country, escaped to the next country. When they came back at the end of the war, there was still power supply. It was not disrupted. Why is my own country that is not at war not having constant supply? Right. I was ashamed. So you see that the first test of a serious nation is in energy. And that we have failed it over the years by not tackling it headlong. Stubborn problem deserves stubborn solution. If it means bringing in Egyptians or Germans to come here and manage it and give us what we need to make our power supply constant, to drive our macroeconomic sector, then let it be. Drop Nigerians and bring in expatriates. Because the money we have been wasting on civil servants and politicians who promised to make the energy, if you are, every time you appoint an energy minister, he will say he will solve the problem in 2 years. Tinubu in 2023 said he will solve the problem in 2 years. He said if he didn't give us a constant energy supply, constant power supply, that we should not vote him for second term. Has he given us power supply now? What we are experiencing under Tinubu is collapse of national grid. And he's not talking about his promise, so he doesn't even remember it again. He's preparing to use it again to campaign for second term.
Yes, there's still time before the election.
Yes. Which time?
There's still
they are not doing anything separate. You see, the problem with Nigeria is that we do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
All right. We do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
Only a madman does that.
All right, Barrister, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues.
Okay.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for still staying with us on The Insight, and we've been discussing with Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, and we'll be looking at the 2026, the trajectory of Nigerian economy, the upward movement or off track. And Barrister, yes, you've spoken eloquently to these issues, but bringing it home a bit, are there risks to ask? You spoke about the power sector that is perpetually undergoing reform or rehabilitation from rhetoric, promises, and all that. And then I ask, is there any need to still talk about the Nigerian economy when you've rightly said that without power, then there is no hope, especially for medium MSMEs in Nigeria?
Yes. Without a strong MSE, medium and small scale enterprises, our economy will continue to run around a circle. We continue to deceive ourselves that we are making progress.
All right,
that's the way I see it.
If I may interject, that means these numbers that we are seeing, we are told by the CBN they are projecting 4.49 GDP growth in this 2026.
Yes.
When you talk about the IMF, the IMF upgraded 4.4% forecast, citing investors' confidence in Nigeria, and they are saying that the Nigerian economy is doing well, and by the numbers that we are getting, is even close to that of the US in this period, and better than even Brazil compared. And I ask, these numbers, are we saying that these are just figures? They are not relative to what the reality on ground?
Exactly. And that is the problem Nigeria has with its government. These numbers floated or bandied about by IMF and some pro-government economists confuse the government to think that they are doing well. A true reflection of a good economy is in the welfare of the people. And even under the 1999 Constitution, the primary reason for government is the welfare and security of the people. And this government have failed in the two indices, welfare and security. Nigerians don't have welfare from government. The only thing the Nigerians benefited from his government was fuel subsidy. And possibly the subsidy from electricity supply. Now, all these have been removed. So what is Nigerians benefiting from government? Zero. And upon that, the government is now taxing the people the more. Now, when this fuel subsidy was removed, we were told it will bring something better. Now, this is the third year, and we haven't seen anything better. The fuel has not, well, it has come down marginally. But the marginal drop in the fuel cost of fuel has not reflected in the cost of transportation. The cost of transportation is still very high. The cost of air traffic is still very high. So you see that the only thing that Nigeria was benefiting from his government has been removed from Nigerians. And I'll go to electricity. The little subsidy Nigerians were enjoying in electricity was removed by this government when they increased the electricity tariff. And they deceived Nigerians and said, don't worry, those who are living in poor neighborhoods, it will not affect you. We have divided the whole country into band A, band B, band C. This reform is only for band A. Those in band B and B, they will not see the increase. Nigeria believe their government. And those in band A, which is normally the industrial sectors, industrial zones of the country, we are paying heavily for electricity, and those in band B and band C we are paying less. As soon as the people of Nigeria relaxed and came to terms with that policy, the whole of band A, band B and band C have been subsumed into one. There's no difference now in any band, whether you are band A. Go and buy electricity of 1,000 naira if you have prepaid, and know the unit that it will give you. Do the same thing in band A. You see that the government deceives its people. Government deceives its people. When they want to embark on a very unpopular policy, they make promises that they cannot keep. They make promises that are not realistic, and the government and the people of Nigeria, having little choice over the matter, believes their government. But in the end, it will turn out to be a deceit. Where is band A and band B today? So that is another deceit that the government has done to its people. And that is what I'm talking about, trust deficit.
Yes.
Nigerians don't believe their government because they don't say the truth.
All right. I'm receiving signals to time, but before I let you go, I know you've spoken to this trust deficit in Nigeria. Let me get your projection for the economy 2026 and a little advice there.
The projection is that it is difficult to sustain the growth we have made because this is election year. And this election year, the present government of Tinubu is poised to run for second term and win by fire, by force.
And that's not good for the economy?
It's not good for the economy. That means the little macroeconomic indicator we have seen will be wiped out. Because money meant for other critical sectors will now be moved into the area of campaign. Because the only way they believe they can win is through vote buying. And that vote buying will wipe out the little macroeconomic gain we have made in the economy. So I advise the government to separate the economy from politics and to allow to run the campaign fairly. It's not every year you continue to buy Nigerians with bags of rice, Indomie, and the rest of them. It's not what Nigeria needs. What Nigeria needs is good government. If you give us good government, you don't even need to campaign. So they should be careful with the little gain we have made. They should sustain it. Naira is at 1,500, which I expect, but towards the end of the year, Naira should drop further to 1,002 or 1,003. That is to show that there's sustenance. But if they begin to distribute dollars again in their primary elections, like they did in 2023, you can imagine what will happen.
All right, that's much we can take for today on the Insight. And our guests have spoken to the trust deficit derailing the Nigerian economy, and we've been speaking to Chief Barrister Bonaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner, a public affairs analyst, and I dare say, and a specialized economic analyst. Barrister, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on the Insight.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's my pleasure.
All right, to come your way, same time, I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Onyengechi Ugu. Glad to have you join us. The headlines. FCT teachers embark on indefinite strike. Explosive attack on military camp in Kwara leaves many feared dead. Federal government bans 17 import categories to boost local production. Now the news in details. Teachers and pupils of LEA Ijayapi Primary School and LEA Baizin Primary School in the Abuja Municipal Area Council were absent from classrooms on Monday following the commencement of an indefinite strike by the Nigeria Union of Teachers, Federal Capital Territory Wing. A visit to both schools at about 7:55 a.m. showed deserted premises with locked classrooms and no academic activity recorded. The State Wing Executive Council of the Union had directed all public primary and secondary school teachers in the FCT to withdraw services following an emergency meeting held in Gwagwalada. The directive was contained in the communique issued after the meeting. The union leadership, in the statement signed by its state chairman Abdullahi Shafar, State Secretary Margaret Jethro, and State Publicity Secretary Ibukun Adekeye, instructed full compliance with the strike action and urged members to await further directives. The teachers cited unresolved welfare concerns despite the payment of minimum wage and some arrears, including non-implementation of committee reports, delayed promotions review, and unresolved conditions attached to promotion processes. Activist Aisha Yusuf has called on the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Nyesom Wike, to urgently intervene in the ongoing strike by teachers in the FCT, warning that prolonged inaction could disrupt basic education in the territory. She made the appeal via a statement posted on her social media platform. The appeal follows the indefinite strike declared by the Nigeria Union of Teachers, FCT Wing, over unresolved welfare issues and non-implementation of a committee report submitted in August 2025. The strike commenced on Monday, April 20th, 2026. Aisha Yusuf described the situation as preventable, noting that teachers rarely embark on industrial action without serious grievances. She stressed that the burden of strike would be borne largely by school children. She further referenced claims that a committee set up in July 2025 to address teachers' entitlements had concluded its work and submitted its report, which has not been implemented on media or made public. The Nigeria and Turkey have signed a defense cooperation agreement to establish a military training facility in Nigeria aimed at strengthening operational capacity and combat readiness. The agreement was concluded during the Analytical Diplomacy Forum 2026. The initiative, led by Nigeria's Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, will focus on advanced military training, including counter-terrorism operations, intelligence integration, and counter-drone warfare capabilities. Authorities say a permanent site has already been identified for the facility. The partnership also includes provisions for technology transfer and joint development of military equipment such as unmanned aerial systems and surveillance platforms. Turkey is expected to support Nigeria with expertise in border security management and reintegration programs for former combatants. Security analysts have described the agreement as a significant upgrade to Nigeria's defense architecture, while noting that its effectiveness will depend on improvements in troop welfare and operational conditions. Several persons, including Nigerian army personnel, are feared dead following a bandit attack on Kemanji community in Kayama local government area of Kwara State. The incident reportedly occurred around 3 a.m. on Monday. Eyewitness accounts indicate that the attackers detonated an explosive device at a military position before engaging troops and local vigilantes in a prolonged gun combat. The confrontation lasted until early morning hours. The armed assailants were also reported to have carted away military patrol vehicles and motorcycles after overrunning the area. Residents fled into nearby bushes to escape the violence. Community sources say the attack followed a prior threat letter, while local leaders have expressed concern over recurring insecurity in the region. Children under the Child Rights Advocacy Club in Mashi local government area of Katsina State have raised concerns over the impact of climate change on education and learning conditions in their communities. During an advocacy visit to local authorities and traditional leaders, the children highlighted challenges including flooding, poor waste disposal, and extreme heat, which they say are affecting school environments and students' welfare. Supported by Save the Children International, the group called for improved water supply, drainage rehabilitation, and increased tree planting to mitigate environmental risks affecting schools. In response, local council officials pledged to address environmental degradation, while traditional authorities proposed the establishment of school environmental clubs to promote awareness and resilience among students. Stakeholders in Nigeria's health sector have raised concerns over the continued rise in medical tourism, estimated to cost the country about $1.3 billion annually in lost revenue and human capital. At a health summit held at the University of Medical Sciences, Ondo State, experts warned that the trend is weakening the domestic healthcare system and contributing to brain drain among medical professionals. Speakers criticized the practice of public officials traveling abroad for treatment, describing it as a major setback to healthcare development in the country. They called for stronger political commitment to improving local facilities. The stakeholders recommended increased health sector funding, improved working conditions for medical personnel, and legal frameworks to discourage unnecessary foreign medical trips by public office holders. Nafisat Balogun has made history as the first female pilot of the Nigerian Customs Service after obtaining a commercial multi-engine pilot license in the United States of America. Her achievement was formally recognized at an event organized by the Nigeria Customs Technical Hangar Service in Abuja, where senior officials commended her professional advancements and dedication. The managing director of the service, Captain Kuhi Mbaya, described her accomplishment as a breakthrough for gender inclusion within the service and an inspiration to other officers. Superintendent Balogun, who previously served as a cabin attendant before transitioning into aviation, pledged continued commitment to duty and professionalism in her new role. Youth groups in Osisiomangwa local government area of Abia State have expressed support for Governor Alex Oti, describing his administration as a period of significant development in the state. The youth staged a solidarity march where they commended ongoing infrastructure projects and empowerment initiatives being implemented under the current administration. Organizers of the march stated that the governor's policies, particularly in youth development and digital innovation programs, have strengthened public confidence in governance. They further declared support for the governor's re-election bid, stating that the administration has repositioned the state on a path of development and stability. The family of 26-year-old bricklayer Ndudi Valentine Madudelim has raised concerns over his alleged prolonged detention and disappearance following his arrest by security operatives in Anambra State. He was initially arrested in November 2023 by members of a local vigilante group in connection with cult-related allegations and later granted bail by a magistrate court in August 2024. However, the family alleges that he was rearrested shortly after the court's ruling and has since been held without access or clear information regarding his whereabouts. Authorities have reportedly provided conflicting accounts of his custody status, while the family is demanding his immediate release or official disclosure of his condition and location. You're watching Aneke TV, news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. FCT teachers begin indefinite strike. Schools closed Kwara military camp attack. Many feared dead. Coming up shortly, Nigeria restricts 17 import categories to strengthen local production.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo of Anambra State has appointed Mr. Nwabunwanne Okonkwo as the Pioneer Chief Executive Officer of the newly established Anambra State Development and Investment Corporation. The appointment is part of the state government's drive to accelerate industrialization and attract private sector capital. According to the state government, Mr. Okonkwo is expected to lead efforts to mobilize investment, structure financing for infrastructure projects, and position Anambra as a competitive destination for global investors under the administration's development agenda. Mr. Okonkwo, a 39-year-old finance lawyer, holds a master's degree from Wayne State University, United States. He previously served as managing director of DLM Advisory, where he reportedly facilitated over $1 billion in capital mobilization for corporate and government transactions across Africa. The new corporation is expected to serve as a strategic investment vehicle to bridge infrastructure gaps, strengthen public-private partnerships, and support long-term economic growth in Anambra State. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has alerted the public to the circulation of suspected counterfeit Colgate toothpaste in parts of the country. In a statement issued via its official communication channels, the agency said its post-marketing surveillance directorate received a complaint regarding the distribution of unregistered products in Kaduna State, prompting an immediate investigation. NAFDAC officials reportedly identified and removed 2 suspected counterfeit items labeled Colgate Active Gel 100 gram and Colgate Herbal 100 gram during a market inspection exercise. The agency stated that the products had no batch numbers or valid NAFDAC registration numbers and advised consumers and distributors to exercise caution while investigations continue. The Joint Revenue Board has entered into a strategic partnership with the Nigeria Police Force to eliminate illegal roadblocks and curb the activities of unauthorized tax collectors across the country. Executive Secretary of the board, Mr. Shegun Adeshokan, announced this during a high-level meeting with senior police officials, noting that the initiative is aimed at reducing extortion and easing the cost of transportation and goods. The Inspector General of Police, represented by Deputy Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Abdul Suleiman, assured that commissioners of police nationwide have been directed to support enforcement of the new directive. A national task force is expected to be deployed across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory to identify, arrest and prosecute illegal operators involved in roadside revenue collection. The federal government has announced a ban on the importation of 17 categories of goods from non-ECOWAS countries as part of its 2026 fiscal policy measures aimed at boosting local production. The administratives, approved by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, covers products including cement, poultry, refined vegetable oil, pharmaceuticals, soaps, detergents, bottled water, and other consumer goods. Authorities say the policy is designed to protect local industries, reduce import dependency, and strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base under a local production strategy. A 90 days transition window has been granted for importers with existing agreement prior to April 1st, while a new tariff structure, including a 2% environmental levy on certain vehicles, will take effect immediately. Abia State government says it has recorded a major reduction in inherited debts, cutting into liabilities from 191 billion naira to 48.4 billion naira without acquiring new loans since May 2023. The General Manager of the State Debt Management Office, Dr. Benson Nwigburu, disclosed that 142 billion naira of the inherited debts has been cleared under the current administration. He attributed the development to fiscal reforms, improved revenue generation, blockage of financial leakages, and reduced wasteful expenditures. The state government says funds saved by debt servicing are being redirected into infrastructure, healthcare, education, and salary pension payments. Super Eagles forward Kelechi Iheanacho was decisive as Celtic secured a place in the Scottish Cup final with a 6-2 victory over St Mirren after extra time. The Nigerian international came off the bench to score twice, turning the match in favour of Celtic after St Mirren had levelled the encounter to force extra time. The performance takes Iheanacho's season tally to 6 goals, further strengthening his impact for the Scottish club in key competitions. Celtic will now face Dunfermline Athletic in the final schedule for May 23rd at Hampden Park. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali is reportedly considering his next career move following the expiration of his contract with South African club Chapa United. The 29-year-old, who gained prominence during Nigeria's 2023 African Cup of Nations campaign, is currently attracting interest from clubs across Africa, including Kaizer Chiefs, Simba CS of Tanzania, and Wydad Casablanca of Morocco. Reports indicate that while initial expectations were centered on a possible move to Europe or the Middle East, negotiations have shifted towards African club options. Former international Peter Ida has advised that a move within the South African Premier Soccer League could offer stability and financial security for the goalkeeper. Nollywood actress Rachel Okonkwo has paid an emotional tribute to her late mother, Edith Okonkwo. marking this year's Mother's Day with a personal reflection on loss and sacrifice. The actress, popularly known as Nkoli Wansuka, described her mother as a strong pillar who raised the family single-handedly after the death of her father. She noted that her mother endured personal hardships to ensure the well-being of her children, describing her legacy as one of the resilience and sacrifice. Other Nollywood personalities, including Funke Akindele, Biola Bayo, and Nosa Rex, also shared tributes in honor of their late parents, reflecting widespread emotional remembrance across the entertainment industry. And now, to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigeria Union of Teachers, Federal Capital Territory Wing, has commenced an indefinite strike action leading to the shutdown of public primary and secondary schools across the territory. The directive followed an emergency meeting of the State Wing Executive Council held in Gwagwalada. According to a communique signed by the state chairman, Mr. Abdullahi Shafa, the state secretary, Mrs. Margaret Jethro, and state publicity secretary, Mr. Ibukun Adekeye, members were instructed to fully comply with the industrial action pending further directives. In Kwara State, several persons are feared dead following a pre-dawn attack on Kemanji community in Kayama local government area. Security sources and eyewitnesses report that suspected armed assailants launched explosives on a military position before engaging troops of the Nigerian army and local vigilantes in a prolonged gun battle. The incident reportedly led to the destruction of a military camp and the theft of operational vehicles. The federal government has approved a ban on the importation of 17 categories of goods from non-ECOWAS countries as part of measures to strengthen local production and reduce dependence on foreign products. The policy contained in the 2026 fiscal policy measures and signed by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, covers items including cement, poultry, refined vegetable oil, pharmaceuticals, soaps, detergents, bottled water, and other consumer goods. A transition period of 90 days has been granted for importers with the valid contracts initiated before April 1st, while new import transactions will fall under the revised tariff regime. The policy also introduces a 2% environmental levy on selected high-capacity vehicles. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Asogwa, and the entire news team, I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon. It is Monday. It is Money Making Monday, where we give you hot gist and groove, where we tell you what is happening live on the entertainment industry, what is happening, what's the news, what's the gist, what's grooving everywhere. And you guys know it. I'm your number one. I'm your favorite on the screen. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popular called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepper. But today I just decided to spice this with a lot of colors. Because Mondays rest aside. Now is the beginning of the week where everything has to be new, fresh, and splendid. Today's weather just needs to make you calm down, relax, and talk. But today is for me and you watching me right there. So heading over straight to my first gist for today. I have my Odogu burner, saying a lot of things. He said his last interview with Obikobi, the popular BBN Niger star, former BBN Niger star, Obikobi, who happened to be a frequent host on the show, said something. He said something, I'm a very good guy. I've never insulted anybody on social media, said by Bonner. People need to stop using the word they don't know the meaning. Why do people call me arrogant? Do I move around insulting and fighting people unprovoked? No. So if you don't know the meaning of arrogant, don't call me arrogant again. That's for Burna Boy. I think when I listened to that interview, I saw that Burna Boy was trying to defensively protect himself against people who feel and tag him as being arrogant. For him, Burna Boy is not arrogant. He's just doing his thing, minding his business. But if actually you come for Burna, he will come for you. Burna is someone that I know that, go beat sense and over your head. You don't even need to say so much. Burna is just someone that action. Do and collect. If you do, you collect immediately. That's Burna for you. And Burna has just been doing his own end game, trying to invasively, contribute to his community where he was born and his state of origin. So I think Burna Boy has done a lot of things, but what he doesn't align with is people calling him arrogant, unprovoked, because he always say, yeah, if you actually come for him, he will actually come for you, but if you don't come for him, he has nothing to dish out for you. So he has nothing to dish out for you. So that's just Burna Boy for you. I'm heading straight to my second one today. It's about my personal 001, and it's Davido. And when he said I was more hurt when I was more hurt, like cheating on Choma than she was actually hurt when she found out. I was most disappointed in myself when I cheated on my wife, Choma. For the first time, she's an amazing person. She didn't deserve that. I shouldn't have done it, but I apologize. I would rather die than cheat on her again. Davido said that in an interview. Davido is truly a changed man. I don't know actually if it's actually a changed man or he's actually seeking social media validation as usual. But all the celebrities, they are in the forefront and in the forefront of with spicy hot girls and the media. So I don't know if they can actually curtail their obsession or want or desire to crave for or get more. So that's just it for Davido. Moving on to Mr. Easy, he revealed something on his page. He said that he bought his first car only in 2021. We are talking about someone who started making millions in 2014 and had billions before 2021 and decided to buy his first car, a Range Rover, only in 2021. He was dating a billionaire daughter without having a car. According to him, his car worth depreciate every year and it's not easy swapping cars in Nigeria. It's not a good business to do. Then he will have youth with no business and backup. Immediately they got 10 million. The first thing is the car. It's never for them, but he just to drip from big boys and press girls. For him, it is something of not big luxury. It's just something of a casual want where people will just want to flex their life. But before I give you my next gist, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection,
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical.
30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Thank you for watching us on Aneke TV, where we give you hot gist and groove on our Vibe Central day, where you tell you what is happening in the entertainment industry. And before I give you my next gist, I want you to know that my baby girl is here, and that person is Ugoma. Ugoma, how are you?
Fine.
Why are you acting so cold? Are you coming from Odogu's house?
See, I'm Odoguless, please.
Idolo!
Mind,
Idolo!
I'm Odoguless. I like now know any Odogu where
gather.
Yeah,
where gather.
Just I'm interested.
I know one.
I'm single, please. I beg.
You're single. Like, you're actually single.
Very single. Like,
very single.
Very single. I'm saying it on national TV. I'm saying it everywhere. Like, I'm not hiding my man. I'm single.
Actually, you're single.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's leave it to the end of this show. Let me ask you that question. Are you actually single?
Yes, I'm single.
But
guys.
actually, the video reveals that his children will never do music and be in the entertainment industry. What do you feel about this? Davido.
He said his children would never be.
No, like they will not do music or be in the entertainment world.
Okay, for him to say that he has his own personal reason. You know, being in that industry is not actually a chance play.
Yeah.
Okay? There is not somewhere you go, you know, he already knows what's up, like what's going on in the musical industry. So he has his reasons. He has seen a lot for him to say so.
He has actually seen a lot, and you think he has actually
He doesn't
seen a
want
lot.
them to partake in such situation. Then there's money. There's a lot money, fame, and all that. He doesn't want them to be there.
Why? Why do you
Me,
so?
if I am in such place, in such position, I've seen what's going on. Okay, I've seen a lot of reality, things happening there. I wouldn't want my own child to see it too.
Okay.
So it has
reply
a good
this as a
reason.
legend. You have a visa to go to America, and your boyfriend tells you that if you go, the relationship is over. Reply this as a legend.
Clock it.
Oh my
Clock
God.
it, nigga. Clock it, nigga. Like, I said, okay. I'll carry my luggages. Una. Like
relationship.
Relationship need. Are you going to stop me from my shine?
Hi.
Do you know what?
Hi.
Like, seriously, you're not doing that. We are not doing that. Because I'm sure when it gets to his turn, he's not going to stand for me.
Are you sure?
He's not going to do that for
How
me.
sure are you?
I'm very much sure. You can't predict people. You can't predict men. They do a lot. So
have you
because the way I love myself, I don't think I can actually give up. Like, I'm supposed to travel out and my prophet says stay back. Oga, you're not doing that. I'm not going to stay back.
Okay.
What if at the end of the day they end up marrying me and I regret? Why would I?
They're very intelligent.
Why would I? We don't end up. What about the lady who dated a guy for 13 good years?
Yeah.
The guy made her to come back to Nigeria and he broke up with her.
Actually,
like, how do you guys date
someone for 14 years?
Like, seriously.
Are you guys eating there or
like what's going on?
Your village people.
2 years, 1 year is enough to know someone.
I think 1 year is
enough to decide. In fact, men when they meet a woman, they already know I want to marry this lady. They already know. They already may start making plans. They won't take long. They won't prolong it. Okay, so a guy dating for like not like the guy is not well to do. He has the money. So what's keeping you? And he met someone already. You already want to marry that person. Just met a few months ago. Even the one you've been together, you've been with for over 13 years.
Yes, well. Is it possible to truly forgive someone without ever getting an apology? Can you actually forgive someone without the person saying sorry to you?
Yeah, I can actually forgive someone for whatever wrong he or she had done to me. I'll forgive the person.
Without sorry?
Yeah, I will forgive you, but I'll still be expecting that apology from you.
So what if it ever never comes?
I'll forgive you, but I'm still I'll still be angry.
Yeah, so
yes.
that is not forgiveness.
No, that's not. That is forgive and that no forgiveness and don't forget.
So you forgive, but you
don't forget. Yes, I forgive you, but I would need you to apologize to me. When you apologize to me,
you then forget.
Yes, I'll forget it, but at least I know that you have accepted your wrongs. You knew you did wrong to me. You felt remorse for your actions towards me. So you apologizing, it giving way for me to even, maybe make friends with you again or decide to. But if someone does something to me and offend me the way, or maybe betray me, I know the person will come back to my life. I will forgive you, but you're not going to be in my space anymore. You're not going to be in my space anymore.
So your forgiveness is conditional. That is what it is.
It should be conditional, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you. This is a very, today's weather seems chilly. So I just want to take you not to cloud 9,
please,
but we head towards cloud 9.
I would like to land on cloud 1 first before cloud 9.
Really?
Yeah, let me count 1 first.
So the wife is on her period, and the husband is horny. What's it for the husband?
Okay, you have to wait now.
Really?
Yes, it's unclean to have intercourse with a lady.
Don't you feel it's unfair to the man?
Why is it unfair? Is it like he doesn't have control of himself? He lacks self-control. Get busy, get something else doing.
This is something we don't control. It's natural. So what do you think?
It's natural,
but you cannot actually control your period.
That one is different.
How is it different? All of them are nature contributed.
That other one, honey, you can actually control yourself. You can get yourself busy, get your mind something else, get distracted.
Okay, let me ask you. Have you ever felt pressed? Like so pressed? And that you know that if you don't excrete that out, you can't be comfortable.
Yeah.
So just put men in that shoe.
But there's nothing I can do about it. It's nature.
There's something that you can actually
I cannot do anything
really?
about it. There's nothing I can do about it.
Why are you laughing? I don't really cloud 9. I like cloud 9.
I'm feeling zero. I'm not even in 9. I just want to be sure. I just want to finish 1 first before I move to cloud 9.
So which cloud are you now?
Cloud 2.
You are stammering. So which cloud? I asked you again, which cloud are you now?
I'm still in cloud 2, right? I never reached 3. Let me finish 1 first. Let me finish that number 2. You never reached like that. You have to wait.
What?
If he understands me, he has to wait for me.
When it comes to a woman, they need understanding.
Unless I shower
when it comes to men, they actually need to be contented and enduring. But women, they need you to understand them. Don't you feel it's very unsafe, unfair to the male counterparts? So women always feel, yes, you should understand me as a woman, you should understand me, but that other gender who you want them to understand you, what do you feel they feel at that point?
So the way women reason are not the same men reason. Men reason differently.
I don't think so.
So women reason differently. I am a woman. I was made from your rib.
So from my own, from Adam's
from the Adam rib. So she understand us. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's just a thing
that
of
doesn't mean you can't understand a man. Because
No.
meant to go through a lot.
At that point, like he wants you to understand that he's at that junction, waiting to get a lift. So it's only you at that point that can get a lift, and you're coming with the excuse that you're on your period.
Maybe you can just do a little bit of action.
I say you're in cloud 9.
It's my husband. It's my husband. It's only my husband I can do that for.
So you can actually shift the morals for the husband.
Yeah, it's my husband. He pay my price, so he has the right.
Yeah.
So I just have to allow him. Not like we do anything, but I said it's my husband. I have to maybe.
I got you.
Maybe just play small now. Just a little play.
You are in cloud 9.
Not play.
You see, you came here.
Not play.
Oh, calm down. But you see, you came here with just a little smile on your face. How do you feel when I put the smile on your face? You look so beautiful. You look so cute. You look elegant.
Thank you. I love the way you're washing me.
you actually believe that I'm actually watching you. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that the smile. But one thing I have to say, does this smile comes with when I take it to cloud 9? Can't it come when I take it to cloud 1?
Okay, the smile has been there. The smile has been built already. It's an inbuilt. So
but this one was extra.
You know, when I came in, I was a little bit down, but the smile was there. So I was a little bit down. I just needed to lead it up a little.
Clack it.
So that was it. Okay. I'm a smile. I smile a lot. So the smile was, I was trying to get myself set. So I can actually laugh in a situation, in a tough situation. Okay.
But this nasty one took you somewhere. But I'll leave it for tomorrow because you will still answer this question. You did not touch it. You will answer it. So go home, think about my question. And to my viewer out there, you have to think about it. You just don't need to be very harsh and very mean to that odoguness to you. I did not say you should do things out of the ordinary, but at least you have to give Odogu cloud 9. But thank you, Ma, for doing this with me. You look
Odogu should also
today.
give me cloud 9 too. Not really.
I don't know what is cloud 9. Okay, thank you, Ma, for doing this with us, and thank you to the viewer out there, for listening, watching, and always sending your comment on our official on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, on X. And on TikTok, we always respond to any question you have. Just keep sending in. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Always on your favorite station, Aneke TV. We love you. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensure that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles, communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Yeah, you're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV.
In 1 hour.
South
I'm in TV station.
Nigeria.
Sorry.
Today, we are going to discuss on a topic, Nigeria's deepening economy, the plight of Nigerian workers. And of course, we have in the studio a very popular face on this program. I'm talking about the former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Southeast, a public affairs analyst and social commentator I'm talking about. No other person than Comrade Ken Ofoma. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here once again.
The crumbling economy in Nigeria is something that has been discussed, or that has been in the front burner in the Nigerian discourse space. People are talking about the economy nosediving. People are talking about the prices of domestic goods, or all goods and services going up. We're talking about double-digit inflation in Nigeria. And we are also talking about high pricing in everything that is being done in Nigeria. It has not been rosy for Nigerians. And the Nigerian economy has been going down. And of course, with the recent crisis in the Middle East, the situation continued to go deeper and deeper. Fuel cost has become so astronomical that the prices of transportation and the spiral effect on various other goods and services in Nigeria has been terrible. It has a terrible dimension. And therefore, Nigerians are no longer comfortable with the way Nigeria is going, coupled with the serious security crisis beclouding the nation. The federal government and her security agencies do not seem to have an answer to the insecurity situation in Nigeria. And of course, without such, development might be very difficult. Investors who should have been in Nigeria or who should have come into the country to make investment, and even those who are resident in Nigeria are scared of going into further investment because of instability. People are not sure of what Nigeria will be like. The political atmosphere is choking in such a way that there is a whole lot of inconsistencies by the politicians and the people, that's the ruling class, the politicians, the judiciary. In fact, nothing seems to be working. And as such, it has a big toll on the economy. And I'll come to you, Comrade Ofoma. What's your perception of the Nigerian economy?
Well, I think we are passing through a turbulent period. But I think the storm, the worst aspect of the storm has passed. But the process of recovery and stabilizing is still very treacherous, because as you are about to recover, one development will throw a spanner into the economic. The price of petroleum products skyrocketed from 400 naira or thereabouts to nearly 1,500. And then the exchange rate also, Nigerian currency fell so badly. Now at the point we were exchanging $1 to 1,800 and what have you at the initial period, 2023-2024. The inflation then, inflation rate was 34%. That is headline inflation. The food inflation was almost 42%. But gradually, all these economic indicators started coming down. Presently, It is not yet to Uhuru, but the inflation has gone down to 45%. Fuel that was coming down almost 900, 800 naira because of the US, Israeli, Iran war. It went up again to, at a point, 1,400. Presently, most places you can get it at 1,350, 1,300, or 1,260 in NMPC. And these are things that determine the economic condition of the populace. The exchange rate, inflation, the cost of fuel, energy, and what have you. For the ordinary worker, whereas these variations occur, the salary remained static. The last approval was, I think, 2024, when or early 2025, when the federal government agreed to pay 72,000 as minimum wage. But you will agree with me that that minimum wage has been overtaken by events. The cost of living standards, the inflation, and overhead costs on everything. Household goods, foodstuff, transportation, hospital, school fees, they are unbearable. And so it is difficult for the economic, personal economy of individuals to match the oscillating inflation and exchange rate and what have you. So it's a difficult situation. And that is perhaps why the Nigerian Labour Congress, they are talking about another round of review of the salary, or a policy that will cushion the effect. And government can again bring some kind of subsidy.
Yeah, we'll talk about such policies when it comes to that. So in effect, you have said that the minimum wage that is taken by average workers in Nigeria can no longer sustain them based on the economic indices that are available.
Yes.
And as such, the workers' plight is completely, maybe have been compromised. Maybe the workers in the public sector, that is in the private sector, may be better off, given the fact that the private sector businesses may somehow try to augment the salaries and wages of workers. For those who are working, like those who are working with Dangote Refinery, I know they must be earning far better than that of those who are working in the local government system.
That is the high end. You don't even need to go there. How many Dangotes do we have?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So, generally, but we still go to the same market. And we talk about the salaries of those in the National Assembly. We talk about the salaries of our elected officers. Then you just oppose that with the salaries of the civil servants, who are the engine room of a government business, who carry the files, who push the files, who sign the documents for releases and all that. Yet, they seem to be receiving very meager, enough to even sustain the individual, let alone the family, housing rent, and all that you have mentioned. So, what is the position? What do you see the organized labor doing? Have they lived up to their billing, or have they also compromised, maybe from what the government offers their leaderships?
I don't think it is the best way to look at the situation, whether the labor leaders have compromised or not. I don't think so. Especially the current leadership of the NLC under Joe Ajero. I think
TUC.
And the TUC, comrade, what's his name? I don't think there are people you can easily compromise. And when you are talking about those in the private sector, having a better deal than those in government, in the public sector, I don't think so. The truth of the matter is that as long as you are, an income and a salaried worker, whether you are in the private or public sector, the truth, no matter how much you are earning, the truth is that you are not going to find it easy. By the time you finish, because the higher you go, the higher your responsibility. If you are living in 4-bedroom flat, for instance, by the time you finish paying school fees and paying rent, paying whatever other costs, you discover that you don't have any disposable income again at the end of the month. At any level, whatever you are, except the only people that are those in the business who may be adjusting price, traders and what have you, or politicians who have access to government free money, or contractors who also have their way with government funds. But the general situation is difficult, that the average person has no more disposable income. Cannot talk about embarking on any project, buying a car, building a house. You are only interested in, feeding from hands to mouth, the basic things. And you'll be praying that you don't have any major health challenge other than malaria and typhoid. When the other major health challenges come, the situation will be very terrible. And so the labor leaders may be doing their best. Because when they confront the government, it is always a Hobson's choice, a paradox. If you increase the salary to 200,000 a month, minimum wage, it will also help to worsen the inflation. That is the argument on the government side. Then will you say, oh, fuel is cheap in Nigeria?
Join on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's
dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. We're sincerely sorry for that breaking transmission. It is due to some technical problems, but that has been done now. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is Nigeria deepening economy, the plight of the workers. And guest, Comrade Ken Ofama is still here. And as we are going on, let me ask you, because you were talking on the situation based on the multiple areas, people working in the government sector and those working in the private sector. But let me ask the problems of the deepening economy in Nigeria. What has actually caused our problem? Is this as a result of mismanagement by those vested with a public responsibility? Is it because of non-productivity, that is, not be a productive nation? Is it because of lack of energy, or lack of manpower, or lack of the basic things to begin to develop the economy? Or is it because of the will or leadership problem? What are the problems of these economic problems in Nigeria?
I think I can pinpoint lack of political will to take far-reaching economic decisions, and also not appointing the right kind of people as in the country. Perhaps corruption in some places. It's not as if this country is poor in terms of what we get. Because every time we hear that Nigerian Customs Service have exceeded their target for the year, you hear that Nigerian Revenue Service have exceeded their target. And of course, in recent time, the cost of crude increased far above our budget. But at the end of the day, it becomes difficult for government to fund projects, even our budgets. Somebody was drawing attention to the fact that we have not been able to execute a single budget from 2023 till date. One budget will always dovetail into the other and other and other. Budget, it dovetailed into 2025 budget. 2025 budget dovetailed into 26. But I think it was last week, Thursday or thereabout, that the president approved, signed the 2026 budget in April. And then extended the execution of capital component of 2025 up to June 2026. So you discover that we have not been able to execute 1 year's budget. Contractors complain that they are not being paid. We see contractors demonstrating at Minister of Finance in Abuja. We see agencies of government crying of non-release of funds to carry out their statutory functions. We see some agencies not even having their statutory board appointments, maybe because of funding. We saw the late ambassadors and high commissioners due to money. And as we speak, I think the other day, Ministry of Foreign Affairs official was saying about only 20 out of 60 something, only 20 of them have received what they call agreement. That is acceptance letter by the countries they were sent. Which means about 40 something. They have not. How many months after they were cleared by the Senate? And they were appointed as ambassadors. And so what the federal government will always tell us is that a lot of money is going to the states and local governments. But the thing is that we don't have a overarching coordinating economic team to be able to steer our economic development towards a pattern or a plan to take Nigeria out of the woods. Our pattern of spending, public spending, our pattern of even choice of projects, prioritization of projects, and what we do. The spending on administration, funding of luxury lifestyles of our politicians, senators, and our National Assembly members, those in the executive and in the presidency. When you look at all those things, you begin to ask yourself, why is it that the masses are suffering, but some people, the class, the upper class, appear to be living in luxury? So there is a disproportionate income and lifestyle among the citizens. Majority are living in penury. If you go to market with 100,000 to buy household items, you come out with a polythene bag in your hand due to high cost of everything. Many people can no longer eat 2 square meals a day. Just if you manage to eat one, that will be okay for you. A difficult situation. And so, where are they? Where is the money going into? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But from what I explained, you see the channels they are moving, the National Assembly budgets, the budget of the executive, the lifestyle of the states, governors, state executives, the local government chairmen. You know how they live. Some of them they swim in money, opulence and affluence. So very little for the common man. But like I said, I think God is wonderful that Nigerian economy has not finally collapsed. It is because of the resilience of the average Nigerian. Every morning you see market women struggling. You see people, artisans. Many people no longer believe in government, or they don't depend on government. They eke out a living. And that is why people quarrel with all this different taxation. People struggle to make a living and you overtax them. The little thing they are making. So instead of giving them tax holiday or rebate. And so it's a very difficult situation. I do hope that the president should take a second look at the economic team and the economic policies and the prioritization of projects. I don't want to pick some of them, but they should have a second look. What will you do that will have maximum impact on the generality of Nigerians? Not white elephant project. The same thing goes to states. Before embarking on any project, have you done impact assessment and social impact assessment, not just environmental impact assessment? What value? How will it affect the people? The multiplier effect on the people. And is it a project that can generate money? or a project that will require money to maintain. So these are the things. I think the problem is from our leadership at various levels.
Yes, our comrade here thinks that the problem of Nigerian economy revolves around leadership and the will, which implies that those vested with leadership responsibilities are not actually doing the best for the economy. Also, I'm asking if the present security situation has a negative effect in such a way that the agri sector is suffering, which results in the lack of enough supply of stable food to the market so that it will be good enough, cheap enough, affordable for the people, especially the workers who are taking very meager pay home. You know, maybe if agriculture is boosted and people go to farm, because these days people do not go to farm due to insecurity, due to kidnapping, due to the fact that killer herdsmen are there, and so on. Women who go to farm to make to bring out crops are raped. People are no longer secure. So, which means there's lack of production of such products that could come from agriculture. And because of that, stable food is scarce. Things tend to go skyrocket. The price of transport also helps in shouting them up. Do you agree?
Of course, the worsening insecurity in the country is also contributing to cost of living crisis, also contributing to inflation and scarcity of goods. And you know, when you have money, too much money, chasing too few goods, it leads to inflation and high cost. You know, and that is what I'm saying. What kind of policies are governors executing, and even at the federal level, federal government? Because Nigeria is within the African tropical region with diverse climatic conditions, good for different agricultural products. So how are we utilizing it? How many of us are engaged in agriculture? What are the government policies that support agriculture? Even in Enugu here, for instance, there is no state that cannot produce what they eat. But we don't pay attention to agriculture. That's about policy I'm talking about. Well, you know, the story was told about why M.I. Opala went into agriculture during the Eastern Regional Government. So they had a visitor in the governor's lodge then, and they were about to prepare breakfast, and he was told that there was no egg in the house, and he was shocked that there was no egg. That was how started, you know, massive poultry production and other agricultural areas, different palm plantations and farm estates that he established. Of course, palm plantation, Southeast became the fastest growing economy almost in the world.
Eastern region.
Eastern region, yes. Eastern region. But that blueprint is still there. But we abandoned it because of oil. And these days, the choice of projects, yes, thank God that the state government in Enugu, for instance, is going back to agriculture with the establishment of what we call farm estates in the 260 political wards. We will hope that very soon the contribution of such farm estates we add value, begin to add value, and the cost of foodstuff in the state. The same goes to other states. Even the middle belt that we call the food basket of the country, you know, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and Kaduna. You see the crisis there, killings, mass killings, up to genocidal level. And under that situation, people in IDP camp, where will they farm? And even when they are in IDP camp, the killer herdsmen still invade them, kill them. So it's affecting the agricultural produce. Those that can produce a little, by the time they will come to the east or other parts of the south, the cost will be high, plus the cost of transportation, because of high cost of diesel and petroleum products. So we need people who think, can plan the economy and tie everything together, that one policy will feed into the other, and not desperate economic policies that add nothing to the whole economic well-being of the country.
Yes, not desperate economic policies that will add nothing to the whole economic policy and situation in the country. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, our guest is still here, and he will do a further dissect of the topic on ground. We are still on our program Arena at Aneke TV. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. We're still on the program Arena on Aneke TV, and our topic is Nigerian economy, the plight of Nigerians and Nigerian workers. Because all Nigerians are workers except the elderly and the disabled or people with disability. Every other person works out. Only the children, the elderly, and people with disability are those out of it. So Nigerians, their plight is important given the deepening economy of the country. And we have discussed about the economy deepening as a result of lack of leadership and the will. And then we talked about insecurity, which has also, brought about lack of further development, especially in the agri sector, that would have given a lot of jobs and given us a lot of food production to feed the people. We know that in climes outside Nigeria and Africa, some countries have gone beyond food. Everything about food can be afforded by anyone around there. Even the beggars, they can afford food. Everything, good meal. But in Nigeria, it is difficult. More so when a worker is paid a meager sum of minimum of 70,000 naira. And what is 70,000 naira exchanged to a dollar? It is about 50 cents. And we talk about 50 cents as the income of a level 1 officer in Nigeria. What can 50 cents actually do? Is it anything to go by even in the Western world? Can that afford to keep somebody for 2 days?
Not at all. And that's why even in the developed climes, I talked about safety nets. You see that that is why people argue that subsidy is always there, even in the developed countries. Even in America, that is the bastion of capitalism, you still have some social welfare schemes to help either the elderly, the retired, the unemployed, the sick, and what have you. They have a food ration, they have all manner of things. And so, for Nigeria, the workers have always made very strong demand. The government argument is always that if we increase the salary, it will worsen the inflation. Then the argument is, what then can you do? Can you provide maybe free transportation? Can you provide free medical healthcare to workers? Can you give their children scholarship?
Free education.
Free education. You must take some of those costs, those heavy hitters that eat up their salary. What of mass housing? Which government in Nigeria today is building affordable, low-cost housing for masses?
None, except the Shagaria.
What they build today, high-end estates that only public functionaries can buy, and those in diaspora. The common man cannot, and that's why the cost of rent is increasing across the country. Because no new houses, except those private individuals, developers building for commercial purposes. The essence of mass housing, again, giving an example of Michael Okpara in those days, housing was more of a social policy, not commercial. The intent was not to make money. The intent was to subsidize accommodation for the worker so that he can channel his salary in other areas. And that's why I have places, even the railways, the colonial masters, you have the artisan quarters, you have different quarters. I think even federal housing was built Tonsekulu by different governments. Even military, they were building a mass housing. But under civilian regime, what they build, you look at WTC and different estates. Is any poor person living there? Is the average civil servant living? Can the average civil servant afford to live there? The answer is no. That's what government should be doing. And when you do mass housing, because real estate is also one way of creating jobs for the youths unemployed. It's a very good investment to also reflate the economy. By the time you buy building material, by the time you engage manual workers, those who do POP, the mason and what have you, you're also putting money into the economy. And that kind of money will not cause inflation. Because professionals and artisans are making genuine earning. They themselves will also use to buy things in the market, and the money will be circulating. So it is about economic planning. It is about the thinking of the man that is in charge. What is their priority? Most of our government functionaries, do they think development in a long term, or they think about flyovers only, about brick and mortar? So that's it. Most of the time they prefer to do brick and mortar because that's where you get money from contractors and contracts, kickbacks and what have you. But the economic policies that will have a long time effect But you will not, as a government functionary, you will not make millions for yourself from there. Rather, the masses will benefit. If you build, for instance, if you build 1,000 two-bedroom bungalows for workers, it will crash the cost of rent in Enugu. If you build it in different places, maybe 3,000, and this is doable. You know, under the same government, that Eastern Regional Government, when they wanted to embark on electricity project, you see how they planning? They first established the lake concrete. You know, it may not be government owned. They may encourage a private person
sector investment
to establish. And you know, there was a time I understand that lake concrete for building of concrete poles and other even rings for culverts, they are being sold across West Africa. It helps because you need poles to do electricity. So you now have a company that will supply it at a cheaper rate, a company that will employ people, create employment. So if government wants to embark on housing, mass housing, you have to also create different markets. Create those who sell building materials, create middle level artisans or masons and what have you, foremen. Create, it will be a chain, a market, an industry that will thrive. You crash the cost of rent in the state. And like I said, their priorities are, generally across the country, government generally. They don't think about the people. They have policies that at best, you look at them as artificial, sophisticated, but sounds big in name, but little in value addition. That programs and projects that can touch the masses, the lives of the people.
Yeah, programs and projects that can touch the lives of the average Nigerians. Somehow, some economists believe that in Nigeria, the poor is getting poorer, while the rich is getting richer. There is a very steady erosion of the middle class. The middle class has almost been eroded in Nigeria. You difficultly see the people who are within the middle class. It is difficult. It used to be that way, the poor class, the middle class, and the rich. But it is no longer there according to some economists, some schools of thought.
The middle class is disappearing.
The middle class is
they are being pushed to
disappearing, and some of the middle class, some are getting to the top, and many of them are being pushed back down to the poor background. And I dare ask, when will the Nigerian workers begin to have access to this housing? Is it by this call that you have just made that government should do housings and give them the opportunity? Because it is the primary responsibility of government to make people have, that is, for security and welfare. And when you come to the area of welfare, the basic necessities of life comes in, and which one of them is housing? It is.
Of course.
So when will the Nigerian workers begin to own their houses? And remember that even with the emergence of mortgage institutions, which were created based on a policy for a housing for all, the census has shown that there is a huge deficit in housing in Nigeria. So when will and how will the Nigerian workers begin to own their own houses at least they will bequeath it to their children, they have places to stay.
It's a pipe dream for now, from my prognosis, my estimation, because except, like I said, there's a deliberate policy of government, and which government, is no longer the time people campaign on issues. If it is the time people campaign on issues during elections, then you'll be telling the workers to listen to the programs that the various political contenders will present before them, and know those that will be beneficial to them as workers. And so elections are no longer based on issues. Campaigns are no longer based on issue-based campaigns. Rather on sentiments and ethnicity, rotation, and what have you. Nobody's asking about capacity, whether as a local government chairman, whether as a councillor, whether as a state assembly member, whether as a national assembly. Nobody's asking about capacity again, about what somebody can add, the contribution. And so the level of wrath in government is unimaginable. It's unimaginable. Everything you do today, you have inbuilt corruption in the system. Whether you talk about constituency projects that you see in the National Assembly execute, whether you talk about process of contract award that is supposed to pass through due process, they have created shortcuts for everything. And it will require somebody with iron will that will make the sacrifice, that will begin to take a revolution.
What do you mean by iron will? Because we know about will, but I don't know when the will becomes the iron.
Iron will is somebody that is selfless, somebody that will not look at sentiments in taking decisions, somebody that will ask the hard questions, somebody that employ the right people, put the right peg in the round hole, the round peg in a round hole and square peg in a square hole. Somebody that, because when you are a leader, people are looking at you. Your body language. If you are behaving as somebody who doesn't care about transparency and accountability, they will follow suit. But if they see that you care about transparency and accountability, and that you have some people that have been queried, that have been punished for infractions, others will sit up. Then there will be value for government money and government spending. So until we have such people emerge as leaders, we will continue to wallow in poverty and want, and the disproportionate economic allocation will continue.
So, and finally, because of want of time, I want to ask if the labor union will finally stand up to their billings and ask for a living wage from the Nigerian government in such a way that it will stabilize the economy. Because most often, when the labor unions are looking for these things to be done, the newspapers, televisions, that is the media, both social media and the traditional media, they will so much advertise it. And nothing works in Nigeria in terms of economic principles. You advertise it even before there's an addition or a percentage added to the incomes of workers. The prices of goods would have skyrocketed even before it is added. The moment the traders hear about workers' income going to be elevated, it's as if there's a whole lot of meeting, informal meeting, and everything goes up. So how will the labor union now approach this issue in such a way that there won't be much publicity about adding or making a living wage for the Nigerian workers?
I think it's about time that the Nigerian Labour Congress or the Labour Centers intellectualize their movement and demands. They should engage. They have them among themselves, but they should engage more experts in the economy to advise them on how to negotiate. It's no longer about salary. They should change the game. There are, like I mentioned, housing. I mentioned health. I mentioned school.
Okay.
And what have you.
So the way to actually get a living wage is by government accommodating on their own.
Take away those things workers spend money on.
Yes, spend money on, and then whatever they take
it for feeding.
They can afford to take care of themselves effectively on that. And this is the much we can take on this program, Nigeria's deepening economy, the plight of workers in Nigeria. And my guest, Comrade Ken Ofoma, you have done well coming here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being there
for
us.
My pleasure.
And we thank you, viewer, for working with us. We will draw the curtain. Be with us same time, same session next time.
Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Pleasure to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that follows up on the lives and activities of the young people. Of course, the Gen Zs, in all of the things they do anywhere they find themselves in this world. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and that's why we say a big thank you so much for being a regular participant on this program. We can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at Aneke TV, and you will regret you did. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and today our focus is on love at first sight. Yes, then permit me at this juncture to introduce to you a wonderful student of the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, Enugu. She is a student. Chimzi, Miss Chimzi, and you're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much. It's nice being here.
All right. How much do you believe in love at first sight?
Wow, if I'm to rate it from 1 to 10, I'm going to rate it at the rate of 4.
4 as in how?
Yeah, because to me, personally, it doesn't work for me. That's why I don't believe in love at first sight.
I want you to rate by percentage. Like, I believe in it, this so percentage.
Okay, I believe I love at first sight by, let me see, 45%.
45%?
Yeah.
Okay, as against 55%?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you believe in love at first sight to that magnitude?
Because personal experience, it hasn't been very, very nice. It has not been very good. So, because of personal experience, I believe that it doesn't work in as much as it works for other people.
In as much as it's your personal experience, let us first of all know what love at first sight is to you before we know if really it didn't work for you.
Love at first sight is a phenomenon or an instant likeness you have for someone or something, whereby you see someone for the first time, you develop this likeness that this person really suits me, that is probably there is a life together with this one. That's love at first sight, instant likeness.
Instant likeness.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mean somebody sees someone and you instantly like the person.
Definitely.
What's the direction of it? Is it always the guy liking the babe or the babe liking the guy?
It works in two ways. It works in both ways, where the guy likes the girl and the girl likes the guy.
After the likeness, what happens?
After the likeness, what happens?
Now, is it really likeness or the love itself?
I think it's likeness, not love. Because to me, if it's love, it's called infatuation, not love. Because love needs patience. It needs time to develop. Love at first sight, I'll just say is likeness. Because you don't know the person. You just like the person's personality, like the person's vibes, the vibes he brings to you, his stature. That's what you like. Because if you know somebody, that's when you determine whether you love the person or not.
But you said you believe in love at first sight, 45%. Let's know what is surrounding your belief.
Okay, because where I believe I love at first sight 45% is because I get to see my spec, someone that suits what I really want, and personality, stature, vibes, and everything. That's why I believe I love at first sight. But after then, what comes after the likeness doesn't work for me.
Is it possible that someone gets or sees everything he likes in a partner for love?
Yes, it's possible.
You see everything you like?
If I'm to rate it, I'm going to rate it 85 against 15. Yes, because if you ask a lady, what's your spec, the person I want someone that is tall, fair, huge body, there is a probability that you're going to see everything. But the person might be lacking in character. That's where they say 15% comes from. In character and everything. Spiritual aspect, that's where the 15% comes. But the 85%, you see it when it comes to personality, physical appearance, and so on.
Okay, after this love now, which you according to you is likeness, not love.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have your reasons for that. Then after the love at first sight, to me, it is love at first sight. What is the next stage of it? That someone sees someone and maybe likes the person according to you. What happens next?
For me, what happens next is probably to walk up to the person.
Okay.
Make friendship or get close to the person. We start talking. That will be what will lead to love. Because I will like you. If I like you at the first sight, I will come close to you to get to know you. So that means if I'm going to love you or not. Because if you love at the first sight and after everything, when you get close and when you come in contact with the person, you might end up seeing loopholes. You would notice that maybe spiritual aspect, this one doesn't fit you. Character aspect-wise, you both are not compatible. Destiny art-wise, you both are not compatible. In areas of life, you both are not compatible. That's why I call it likeness. So after likeness, what comes next is we come close to know the person more, to know if you will love them.
Okay, what I take as love at first sight is what you take as likeness at first sight, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this likeness at first sight transcend to the love you are talking about?
Definitely, it can. It can. Just that it will take time. This definitely brings us to the meaning of love. What does love have? What is love? To me, I see love as helping someone to fulfill destiny. Or we say God is love, like Christianity, generally we say God is love. But if you look at the characteristics of love, you will see that it thinks patient. The question said, sorry, come again, what's the question?
After love at first sight, for me, is a likeness at first sight for you. Okay, that likeness, how when it transcends into the love? Yes.
Definitely it can, because after, like I said, after liking you for the first time, I will get close to you, we start talking, we build communication, we build trust, we get committed into the friendship, we check if we are spiritually compatible, emotionally compatible, and all around. So if we see that we are compatible in all this, that's where the love starts from. The love starts developing, which might lead to marriage or whatsoever.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between this love at first sight to me, or your likeness at first sight, and the real love itself, or the ordinary love?
The difference between likeness at first sight or love at first sight and love is that love at first sight might fade away.
Okay.
If it wants to transit into love.
Okay.
Because another thing is love at first sight, your brain takes charge. It triggers this hormone that like, this guy fits my vibe. This guy fits in. You start daydreaming about features with him. You start daydreaming, this guy will fit my son. My son will look like this. Forgetting that in love, there is commitment. But at that point where you are seeing the person, liking the person at the sight, you are not checking your future. What you are going to build with this person, not checking it. Just your brain triggering that hormone that I love this person. This person is going to fit my vibe. Imagine me being tall, curvy body, and this guy huge. Guy, if you come out, people will storm, people will shout, wow, these couples are looking good. But when it comes to love, you will check You consider your kids. Is it suitable to father your child? You consider your destiny. Is it working in the same pattern with me in destiny? You consider your business. Can we do business together? Will you support my career as a woman, as a guy too? Will she fit in? Is it good enough to be the mother of my kids? And so on. So that's the difference between love at first sight and love.
There are semblances. I can see that.
Yes.
But then let's dwell more on the ordinary love apart from the love at first sight for me. Okay, now there in that love, what does that love entail that is not on the other side?
Well, what love entails...
Does it not fade out in any way? Does it not disappoint?
But commitment will keep you going. Commitment and what you people want to build will keep you going. Mind you, when you love at first sight, you want to please the person in all round. You want to make sure that this person gets your attention all around. But when it comes to love, and you check the commitment you have so far, the things you have built so far, you keep on going.
I understand that love at first sight, according to you, is instant likeness.
Yeah.
Very good. I understand that even in the ordinary love, there was a day it started. Somebody made a move, and something started. Yes. Just like the love at first sight.
Can I ask you a question? If you meet the lady immediately, will you tell the person, I love you?
Me as a person?
Yes.
If I love the person, I'll tell the person I love her.
Immediately?
If I love the person, I'll tell the person I love her.
That same day?
I'm telling you about myself.
Wow.
If I love the person, I will tell the person I love her, and that will be the love at first sight. If it's likeness, I'll tell the person I like her.
But it's different.
And that will be likeness at first sight.
But it will be different from the love you're talking about. Because in love, it needs commitment, like I said. You need to build trust.
Okay.
Yes. That's the difference.
Okay, then in love at first sight now, what's the direction? I've asked this question before, but I want to dwell more in that. And they said it's a two-way thing, that a guy can see a babe and then make advances, that's love at first sight, and the babe can as well do the same.
Yes.
Is it more prevalent on the side of guys or on the side of babes?
It's more on the side of guys.
Why?
Because ladies will be too shy to walk up to you to ask you.
But do they do that at all?
Yes, they do. But
how do they do it?
Only if you're there. Because you have tried it before. Like, I remember when I was still at one market, when I was still in one place like that, there was this particular guy that I so much liked. I was like, I had to walk up to the guy. But after I met the guy,
okay, you've tried it and it didn't work?
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Is that why you said that's nothing like love at first sight?
Yes, I've had 3 experiences, so I concluded that it's not.
And you were the one that made the advances?
Not really, no.
Okay, one did that to you?
Yes.
Yet it didn't work?
Yes.
Okay, what of the ordinary love? Is it working for you?
Definitely.
It's working. How did it start?
Wow, it started, the guy walked up and said, you look like someone I want to build something with. I was like, okay, let's see how we go. We started with close friends. We became close friends. We spoke about things about life and so on. That was how I developed love. Yeah.
And it started working?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you
so much.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Izzy. I've said my congratulations once again. All right, I want us to observe just a short break now. After the break, we'll come back and we'll continue. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. Just a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, a man, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, a man. And I get a bit on the mellow way, a melamadia, in our uncle, in America, in our Pozu, in our uncle, the one I get television, the arcades will your man, the one I get television, you do man.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is love at first sight. Funny enough, Chizzy, before we went on the short break, you said there's nothing like love at first sight, that it is likeness, instant likeness. Yes. And I believe you. To an extent, I believe you. All right, funny enough, back from the short break, we have Chizzy here, Miss Chizzy, who is a student of Institute of Management and Technology, Enugu. You're welcome. And good enough, in our break time, after that break, of course, we'll have another guest here. We'll have Ifoma Lovett Aneke, who is a farmer on the studio. Ifoma, you're welcome.
Thank you for
having me. All right, we are going to plan discussing love at first sight. First of all, to key you in, I want to ask you, how much do you believe in love at first sight?
Okay, so thank you. You know, people have actually, I'm happy we are now talking about this particular concept. For me, there's nothing like love at first sight. I think it's just a misinterpretation of the first feeling you get when you meet someone. So the right word...
That first feeling, what is it called?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, that for me, it's just an attraction. There is always attraction at first time. When you first meet someone, there is always attraction, you know, between you and the person. It could be, you don't really have to be, you know, when we talk about love, we just think of it as just romantic, do you understand? So it could be just the person's intelligence, it could be just, there's a lot of things in people that will attract you. But because people don't pay attention to details, like they just use words for using sake, they'll just say, I love you. See, the worst thing you can do to me as a man is meeting me, you don't know me from Adam, and they're telling me you love me. Even if I have a business to do with you, it's off. Because I know you can't even regulate yourself. You don't even understand can't even interpret what is going on within you. And so how can you be able to, you know, handle the business we're about to talk about? So it's just simple attraction.
Let's hear the definition of love from you before we move on.
Okay. Because I don't really have that capacity to, you know, dive into that deep ocean. It's only God that has actually ever demonstrated what love is all about. Yeah, but I'm just going to tell you that in simple terms, love is enduring. So love is not what you feel. It's not. Love is measured after a long time. When we have own stuff like syphilis have come and gone, when you have seen the person's low time, in downtime, the ugly side of the person, you know, and every other thing that you will never even imagine while meeting that person the first time. And you still want to keep in touch. You still feel like, I still want to be involved. That's when you start talking about that word, love, the concept of love. But outside that, what you're just feeling is, okay, my spiritually woke friends may actually tell me it's lost. If it's just the boobs and the hips is what you are just vibrating to, you understand? But if it's, I like the way, this girl talks nice, this girl, she's intelligent, or this guy is, you know, cute, he's polite, he's, you know, that one is attraction. But if you just like, I mean, if I touch, see the curve, all those things now, that one is lost. Yeah,
all right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Moving forward, to you, it is attraction at the first sight and not love at first sight. To you, Chizzy, it is instant likeness at the first sight and not love at the first sight. The fact is that we have established a fact that there is something that happens at first sight. And not at all people, or does it happen to everybody you see?
No. It doesn't happen
to selected people?
No, it's not a matter of selected people. It's not selected people. Like, it's something that happens randomly. You don't even choose who it happens to you.
But may I come in this way? What is the motivator? What is the pusher in you that makes you begin to see the person as someone you could be attracted to, or someone you could have an instant likeness to?
The only thing that can push me is the person's confidence, the person's boldness, not even more of this.
How have you known the person's boldness or confidence before the instant likeness?
It depends on the incidents that brought us close. Probably I might meet him in a meeting where he's a speaker, or in a church where he's doing something, or even outside. That's why I said his boldness or the way he speaks, not even his physical appearance.
But that can happen between passers-by. Not even in a program, not even when a person must have demonstrated one thing or the other. Between passers-by, it can trigger off.
Yes, but that's why I would not really take that idea of what pushes me because, like I said, I don't choose who will happen with. It's something that happens in itself. Do you understand? So it's not like I'm preparing or like I'm actually looking at this and let me see what will push me. No, I don't know. So like, immediately buying something, okay, I was just buying something from one woman like that, and then the neighbor just came. The way the young man handled was that, this guy is really genuine, like he's a genius, It's an attraction. I don't know him from Adam. I just came to Boston and I saw him. So I can't say that what pushed me. It's something that happens without you even knowing it. So it's not when that signal now hits you and say, actually, I think I like this. So it's not something you prepare for.
I want to ask you a question I've asked Chizzy before now.
Okay.
After, according to you, the attraction at first sight, what happens next? Like what happened to you, do you leave it at that and you left it? You went your way? When it happens, what is the follow-up?
See, it's not all the attractions, it's not all the people you felt so good at meeting that you pick up conversation, Except there's something that actually maybe you continue to see, or maybe there must be something that will bring you closer again before you start thinking if I can actually, this person may make sense. So, but just that you're walking along you and you met someone, it's not enough for you to continue conversation with that person.
But I mean,
you can just admire the good, work of God. Because for me, I like people with good qualities. So the fact that I try to at that moment doesn't mean that I will have more to do with you, except there is need to.
Look at the angle I'm coming from. You're a woman.
Okay.
I am a man. Walking along the road, oftentimes somebody has said, "Excuse me, please excuse me." And maybe you may offer an attention, and before you know it, you start talking. You may talk to the extent of maybe exchanging your contact and all of that. That is the angle I'm coming from.
Okay.
When that happens, you can't tell me maybe you need another day to start talking and all of that.
Okay.
What is really happening there?
I never talk.
Okay. Well, if it happens in that situation now, okay. First, because you won't really know someone just in that minute, like I said. If you have reason, maybe by the person's appearance, you feel like, okay, because see, the truth is, appearance matters a lot. For me, God help me. For me now, even if you're an angel and you're a guy, you perforated your nose, your ears, your tongue, you have to. God help me, I don't know what's going on. Let me not go.
I understand. Just put yourself together. Chizzy, let me come in from this direction. Have you ever tried walking up to somebody to say, "Good afternoon, sir. I like you,"
No.
and all of that?
No.
Have you done that?
No.
You have not done that.
Yes.
But oftentimes men have done that to you.
Yes.
Good. To you, it is attraction at first sight. To you, it is instant likeness at first sight. Yeah. But to me, it is love at first sight. Now, what is the rate or the measure of acceptance when this happens?
First things first, if you walk up to me for the first time, that is if the love is coming from your own side or likeness from your own side. First of all, I need to consider how you are dressed before I can be able to address you, the matter you're talking about. Because you cannot dress like, cannot dress like a tout and walk up to me knowing fully well that the way I dress and the way I carry myself, we are not even aligning. So it will determine how I'm going to react to what you are saying. First of all, we start with the way you are dressing. So I will start considering the percentage I'm going to give to the acceptance. If the way he's dressed and the way he spoke, it's matching up to the standard a little bit, then I can consider giving you my attendance or not, my attention or not.
Okay, this is what we call instant love. That is likeness.
Yeah.
Instant likeness, and it is attraction at first sight. When this happens, and maybe you start talking, and something led to another, and to another, that is a type of love that began. Another type is somebody maybe gave someone your contact. I'm going to give somebody your contact. Maybe you need a friend in your life. You need to be in a relationship, something. Somebody you didn't know, you didn't see. Then you start expecting somebody's call. and at some point your phone rings, I'm so person gave me a number, and all of that, and something starts happening. What's the difference between your attraction at first sight, your instant likeness, and that which you didn't see, but you received a phone call and something started?
It's why I told you that there's no love at first sight. You understand? Because if there is a stuff like that, then that means are you now going to rule out the fact that these people never even met, but they are already building something? So it's more on the connection. It's more on, like I said, something that lingers, because they have not seen. They are just paying attention to details. How this person addressing me, this person's values, like and dislike, and that's how they're actually building something.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So this actually is a good sign or a good proof that there's nothing like love at first sight. Do you understand? Because many people have gone to people to say, I like you, or you look good, I like the way you speak. But when they now find out to say that the other side of the person, the way they are going to run, like even if you use bulls, cannot even catch them. You understand?
But when someone walk up to you, maybe after you have performed on stage or anything, and say, I like the way you performed, and it ended there, is it really an attraction?
Yes,
Definitely.
Of course,
the way you displayed what you were displaying, yes. And it ends with thank you. Say, I'll respond with thank you. It ends there.
It ends there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a compliment.
And some others will not end there.
It depends on how you give the person your attention.
Okay, now, some people won't end there. That person that walks up can actually, find another way of having your attention, having your time, so that you'll be able to say what you feel or what, to let you know how attracted you are to the person. Now, if, by just mere observation, you think you can actually give the person a chance to talk, to get to know the person more, that's okay. But I'm not going to say that nothing like love happened on that stage.
Okay, Chizzy, let me come to you again. What you call instant likeness, that is not love at first sight. When it happens, to what extent can it turn out to be infatuation?
To what extent? It goes a very long way, because it actually depends on what the person has in mind. Because, okay, for example, if I'm to use, I walked up to you and tell you that I like you, that let's get into talking of friendship. It depends on what I have in mind. So I walk up to you because of the way you performed or what you did, like what attracted them to you. So we just come like, the way this person is, for the guys, your booms, your this, that's where the infatuation comes from. The infatuation, the love and everything. So the extent, like, it depends on what the person has in mind exactly.
I want you to take it from the angle of promiscuity.
Okay.
Yes. To what extent can someone getting attracted to you, or you got attracted to, will turn out to become promiscuity? Not really what it should be, or maybe something that will transcend into the real love.
I think I need to rephrase that.
I'm trying to examine your ability to identify what is and what is not when someone is attracted to you according to you.
Okay, so if I get what you mean, you're trying to ask me, how do I identify if someone is promiscuous?
Very good. Coming to you and not for the real love.
I don't that first time. Okay, now, so this is it. The person just going to say, hi, I like your calls, the call makes sense, the book makes sense, when I don't want to sound, but when I'm talking about this, I like being raw, because this is what I see every day. But because of the fact that it's not everything you put out on the media, because of the sake of, so that's that. But when the person starts making some statements that don't really direct towards the value that the human carry, I'm ruling it out. Okay, for instance, I went out with my friends to shop, so we just picked one or two things from the mall and we are going back, and So this guy picked us. And then so he was like, yeah, then no, he was like, I like your skin, you look so nice, and you talk so good, and I mean the curves, you know. He was just thinking, and I was just thinking, where do you live? I said, yeah, I'm good, don't worry. We'll have the conversation a lot. Then because my friend know who I am, she was laughing. Like she kept laughing along. The girl thought she was enjoying the conversation, but she's coming because she knows that within me I'm already pissed off. But just because I remember one time my father used to tell me that no matter what, when people come to say I like you, even if you don't like the person, you don't need to be rude. So it's something I remember and it can guide me. Like, even though I am talking nice to you, doesn't mean that I'm actually agreeing with what you say. I'm only trying to just get you off the way so that I can move. Do you understand? So I was like, yes, that's good, you know what? And I said, and then on a very many day we can hang out, chill, and you go, this is not somebody you've not even known. No? But it felt like every girl out there are just about cute guys, tall guys, I mean sexy guys, those who would, you know, give them all the styles the way they want. This is the conversation these guys are having that moment. So I don't need Abraham to come and interpret me that this guy is just there.
Yes, and it still works together in what I said, because what the person has in mind, the person can't hide it. He has to speak out. And once he's speaking out, he can be able to dictate if the person is really attracted or he came for something else.
That's the attention to details.
Okay, now, let's take it this way. Chizzy, if the instant likeness happens from a direction or from your own direction to someone, for instance, is it possible that it will also come, or let me put it this way, can instant likeness happen from both directions at the same time? Like you see someone, you happen to like the person for one reason or the other, and the person happens to like you instantly for one reason or the other.
Yes, it happens. I won't lie. It happens.
Okay.
Yeah, because they say like charges attract and like charges repair. So sometimes you see that you're just attracted to the energy, just the same energy as in you, or an energy that complements yours. So it happens. So you can just meet each other and we are good. You know, you're not talking like you've known for ages.
The vibes together, your morals is aligning with hers.
Exactly.
What you believe is aligning with the person.
Exactly. So the person will just be saying something. I said, how do you know what I have in mind? No, you don't discriminate. I mean, how did you know? Oh my God, how did you know? This is just your reaction. It happens. But in many cases, I won't lie to you. It's not something.
How much do you believe in the saying that love is blind?
Oh. I don't really believe that. I don't really believe in that. No.
You don't believe that love is blind?
No, I don't.
Okay, love has a full sight to you?
It has.
Love has not just two eyes, but also has an extra lenses attached to it.
Okay.
Because without those lenses, we won't be able to identify the little things that matter. Definitely. You made mention of infatuation. So that when you are infatuated, they misinterpret it or misconstrue it as love. And then they are just all about the energy, that will move on with the cruise, move on with the vibe and all of that. Love is beyond that. When the vibe is not there and move on, that's when you now know exactly what keeps you. So the attraction brings you closer to that person. But now what you're carrying, your personality, your values, the kind of energy, commitment, everything that you believe in is what will keep the person.
If it's true, according to you, that love is not blind, and you say that love doesn't only have a full sight, it has lenses attached to it. That's cool.
Yes.
But Chizzy, let me ask you this question. If that is true, why is it that a lot of people make mistakes in this love business? Yes. There are a lot of things they live to regret. If I had known that this is this, if I had known that is that, I wouldn't have come in and all of that.
There's no way you will say you will not know, because the person will definitely show you, even if it's the slightest sign of it. Just that we have chosen to believe that love is blind, that it can conquer everything, it can endure everything. You will not ignore those signs, those little things that it shows you. Because there's no way you tell me that, okay, let's, for example, that you married an abusive husband and then you started regretting. There's no way you tell me that when you guys were cutting, that he didn't show that. He will. My friend will tell you that if you want to know who this person is, provoke the person and watch the person's reaction. That's when you mean to know the person's self. So you cannot tell me that.
And of course, you rarely meet people who you provoke and they will not react.
Definitely.
Rarely.
Yes. I have a friend. Once he gets angry here, you have to leave him entirely because he can stone anything near, anything close to him. Be it television or he will stone you. So that's when you will not tell me that whoever that will marry me, whoever that got married to the person, you will not tell me that the person did not see it. That you never in your life, you never provoke the person. Or that the person did not even show you an atom of that.
But even at that person still has a lover that will love him the way he is. True of us.
Yes. And that's why they will live to regret.
When you love somebody the way he or she is, do you live to regret anything?
Okay, now, here's the thing. But before I get to that question, actually, love conquers everything. Do you understand? But it's now when you have gotten to that when you have gone through that testing time that you're not sure that what you're feeling, what you have inside you is love, not any of those things. If you have been actually, observed, and watched for a very long time, that you have actually stood the test of time, at that point you can actually conquer everything. I believe so much. Love is the strongest force. In fact, the greatest force you can ever observe in the universe. Nothing can stand before it. And that's why they say God is love. That's just my own solution. Now, to that point where, the question is how, when people now start regretting why they.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. At the beginning, there was misplacement of priority. Do you understand? They were not looking for something that actually love, that shows the sign of love. Something that can stand the test of time, like the character, the personality, how they treat people. And that's when I use that word attention to details, this is exactly what I meant. So if someone is really nice to people they feel they are not getting anything from, do you understand? That this tendency that even in your low state of life, even when you are not bringing any other value, like most times you are now weighing relationship as what you drop on the table. I mean, what are you offering? What am I getting from you? So at that point, when they are not now getting anything from you, they are sure they are staying. Because it's not how they treated somebody they didn't get anything from. But if because they so much love you, they take you to a restaurant or you guys went out and the barman, you are a stupid guy, he was just neglecting anybody, talking anyhow to people. How do you think that when he's fed up or when he had just seen you finish, they're not going to be the person, so we are not going to be the next victim of that. So I think why they have to progress is they misplace priority. Men look for curves, men look for boobs, men look for ladies that have 110,000 knowledge of sexual copulation style than women who are actually groomed, family oriented, who are responsible, who are loyal. In fact, the truth of the matter is,
How do you know what you're saying? Are you a man?
What are you saying? We're in the society. I have sisters, I have friends, I have classmates, I have nieces, I have people that are married and they're around me.
Okay.
I have friends. So I don't see, one thing is that people don't, that's what mistake people make. All my life, I've never allowed things to happen to me before I learn. Do you understand? People, when you want to talk about it, say, have you explained that? I don't have to. Because these people are human, there's nothing different between if my classmates pass through this and we are both women and we share the same value. I mean, what's the difference?
Okay, that's cool. Continue with what men love in women. I'm interested.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they are just looking at all those things, they won't now want to if tomorrow, and of course, when they have that money, they feel that they can go, that not everything is solved. They don't want to look at that woman that's so loyal or that's respectful, that even when the money is not there, this woman will still respect me. Do you understand? Because men love respect a lot. Do you understand? And sometimes you find that it's because of what you have or your social status, to understand why some women are coming to you or why they want to stay with you. But the moment those things are not there, you are just on your own to your tent, oh Israel. So that's it.
That brings us back to this attraction. According to your attraction at first sight, for what reason are men really attracted to you as a woman?
Wow.
For what genuine reasons?
For one genuine reason that I knew...
Because it's a possibility that a lot of men attract to you for different reasons.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. I have one that spoke to me. He was plain. I was like, one of the reasons why I got attracted to you was the way you carry yourself and the way you speak and handle some issues. The day he spoke to me was like, I've watched you and I've seen you even when people are in chaos, the way you stay calm, handle things, the way you carry yourself and the way you speak, it got me attracted to you. And so I will tell you, because of your shape, your figure, that is what attracted me to you.
And some can tell you opposite of what they have in mind.
Yes, in order to get your attention.
that is meant for you. Okay, if you let me come in this other direction, from this other direction.
Okay.
How much does this attraction at first sight happen to be natural? How much do you find it to be natural and not man-made and not fake?
Not man-made. The truth is, every attraction is natural in its first state.
Let me ask you a question before you continue. If you say that every attraction is natural, if one comes to you for the reason of attraction and is telling you opposite of what he has in mind, is it natural?
Okay, so the thing is, in that first instance, I won't be able to figure out if what you're saying to me is what you meant. So I'm not going to judge you because it's natural. Law of attraction is a natural phenomenon. Do you understand? So if you come to me and say you like my way, you cherish my way, I know you want us to be friends, it's cool. I won't say no if at least if I by me looking, I feel like if you address where I can actually address like that, I won't say no. Yeah, because I believe that it's a natural thing. Even in lower animals, I'm a natural scientist, so you even observe it, from little creatures. They too have a way of showing affection, and that's the part I so much love about lower animals. In fact, each time I read about them, I get so excited. They are not like human beings. They are not transactional in their way of, showing affection. So when they come to me like that, I would like thank you. I would really want to thank you for actually considering that. Yeah. And when you start having that conversation, and you start noticing angles that you're coming from, and I know, it's off.
Okay, Chizzy, why do you think some people, just like you say it is instant attraction, instant likeness, sorry. Why do you think some people can argue with you from now to tomorrow that love at first sight is a reality?
Why they can argue is, the thing is, people believe things differently. People believe, to you are still insisting it's love at first sight. You have your own reason.
I don't have an opinion.
You don't have an
yes.
opinion. People believe things differently. What I might believe might not work with you. What you might believe might not work with me. So that's why they will argue to an extent that it is love at first sight, not likeness at first sight or attraction at first sight.
Now, Nifi, how do you address people who believe, hook, line, and sinker, that love at first sight is a reality? Just like you believe that it is not love at first sight, it is attraction at first sight, and it is a reality.
Okay, so I'm just going to say to them, it's good to believe in whatever thing you want to believe, but take your time, pay attention to little things that matter. After 2 months, place your priority right, thank you. After 2 months or 3 months into it, you come back and tell me if there is or not. I don't have to be the one to actually, you have to come and tell me. And definitely I know what you're going to tell me. so yes, no stress. I will like for you.
Oh yeah.
All right, quickly on a conclusive note, Chizzy, I want you to also speak to the couples outside there whose marriages today came up as a result of instant likeness. And something led to another, and today they are happily married.
Oh.
Yes. She said it's not love at first sight, that it is instant likeness. And a lot of people got married and they are happily married today as a result of the instant likeness.
Okay.
So you speak to them in any way you can.
The only thing I can say is, the truth is, I've not seen anyone that got married through love or likeness at first sight. I've not seen, but people do say there are. But the only thing I can say
Don't get me wrong. Maybe you didn't understand my question.
Okay, can
you believed or you made an assertion before that after the instant likeness, people can get talking.
Okay.
From their relationship can trigger in.
Yes.
From their marriage can come in.
Okay, yes.
Those are the people I'm talking about. Those who are in marriages today and they are happy, and the marriage started from what you called instant likeness and not love at first sight.
Okay, the only thing I can say to them is, wow, they really proved that there is likeness at first time, instant, and kudos. That's the only thing I can say. I don't have any other things to say to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Chizzy Ene. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Ifoma Lovett Eke. Thank you so much for coming. And as you are, thank you also for being there. It's been a nice time we shared with you, talking on what I call love at first sight. That is for Chizzy is instant likeness, and for Ifoma is attraction at first sight. Thank you so much. I don't know what it is for you, but whatever, we're going to meet again. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about ritual money, or guego. You know, and really, it's one of the mysteries of life, because last time when we met, one of our friends here made the point that there's something like Ogwego that is about working very hard. But some other people still believe that there is Ogwego. That's ritual money, that people have made it. So, I mean, so many things are happening. Just like somebody I met outside was telling me that there are so many types of love. So with me in the studio today to look into this thing, whether it is true or not true, whether there are forms of it or nuances of it or not. We have, by my left, we always start with the left. By my left today, Mazi Nnemeka Gabriel Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm not going to put Junior because I've called you Ogbonnaya.
Exactly.
So Junior has been taken care of.
Exactly.
So we have a reverend here. Sometimes I get confused whether he's Oka or Carlo, Reverend Uche. So, but I know him as Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Reverend Oka, welcome to the program.
God bless you, sir, my prof.
Thank you. So, ritual. Let me start from the spiritual side as a pastor. Is there anything like ritual money?
Well, as much as I know, there is something like the love of money, which beget the root of all evil.
Okay.
And the Bible disclosed to us that in the end time, that love of money will increase, will multiply, and many will give it to a lot of things and begin to do a lot of things in the West to get wealth. So there is what can be termed as ritual money. Okay. Yes. It is buried in the West to get rich or get wealth.
Okay. We're going to come back to it because nowadays I'm going to come to you, Mazi Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Because today now a lot of young people have said that Christianity is a scam, and then when you come around, they go to any tree around their vicinity in their communities and dress it in various colors and begin to say like the Israelites. Here now, and they say like it gives them money. Ritual money. Is there anything like ritual money?
There's ritual money. That what they call Ogwego. Ilimbong.
Ilimbong.
That is, I call it Ogwego or Ilimbong. Is reference to people who have strange but real money. Whose source of money is strange but real. There's a way you'll be seeing somebody, you know that the person's money is very tremendous. Is
money.
Yeah.
But real money.
Real money. But given the time person made it,
How the person made it remains a mystery. That's why we are in the mystery of life at the Aneke television.
Yes.
So there is Ogwego. Ogwego, I believe there is Ogwego. Then if you want me to explain what is Ogwego, I will explain.
Please explain this because pastor is trying to run away from that side because he's not used to it. So explain what you mean by that.
No, pastor. No, I know that every pastor and reverend, they study what we call demonology.
I know.
Demons.
I know. The other day he was talking of
they know these things.
The other day he was casting off one of the demons. So maybe we shall come to that later.
He who preaches light knows darkness.
Okay.
That he cannot preach light.
Yes.
Yes. You need this contrast of life. So Ogwego is can I call it? I can validly call it a metaphysical, a mystical configuration. Prophet, dibia, a mystic for an owner.
What of an
owner?
Mystic or bad man?
Not all mystics are bad.
Yeah, but this mystics are good people.
So,
but
yes.
but if the person is the demonized person,
that is a kind of money bank, a metaphysical money bank, money drawing bank, native doctor, prophets. Mostly they call themselves prophets now.
we're not talking about those ones. We're talking of original.
Then, or spiritualists.
Yes.
Then it is created to attract money mysteriously, metaphysical or mystically to the owner of that Ogwego, that connections, draw good luck, what they call crowd puller, good luck, mysteriously. If it's at main market or Onisha, or Balo, Trefe Lagos, or both the main market, the others will be selling 1 carton of
whatever
pig milk has sold up to 100 cartons. Not to, but you know that the way people will pass other people's shops and come to his own, trooping, waiting. You see some restaurants. Yes.
No, but the woman cooks very well.
Yeah, no, he's not the only person who cooks. Excuse me.
No.
Let us be frank. I'm trying to explain something about Ogwego.
I know what you're trying to explain, but I'm saying that the woman cooks very well.
He's something. He's not the best person that cooks the best food. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to give you background to
I am agreeing with you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes people cook very well.
So those that don't sell, those that they don't cook well.
They don't cook well now.
Let me trash this question you asked me. It's meant to draw strange money, strange business connections, businesses to the owner. Because there's someone who owns it, who sacrifices to it. Have you seen?
To the one dedicated?
Yes,
dedicated to it.
Yes, it is made up of roots, herbs, bloodletting, life force. You need to kill something like fowl or goat then to charge the potency of the Ogwego, of the chemical or mystical configuration. But there are typifications of this Ogwego. There are types of Ogwego. There is Okite. There is Neite.
That is the
there
new
is
one.
there is Uduakomili. There is Ibobo. There is Okite, Neite, Uduakomili, Arabaka. But the extreme one is Okite, Arabaka, Ibobo. But Ibobo is mostly used in the past for warfare. Iboba Jejogo. So which means that when he goes, so any person who involves himself in Ogwego and goes to Ibobo, means he wants to go to the extreme. That's why unless he finishes his own container, no person will say. And you draw connections from far corners of the earth, north, south, east, and west. So money will be flowing. But there are evils of it, disabilities, that is dire consequences of that.
We are going to come to the consequences.
Okay.
Because I want, because the viewer wants to hear more from the pastor about these forms of Ogwego. You have mentioned some. Maybe we agree. When we were growing, because I grew up at Asata partially. I know I started after the war in my village, there to St. John Abuani. Then 71, I landed here at St. Bridget, Asata. And then I've been around here. So I don't want to mention the names, but we used to see some people will say that their father used them to do, somebody will say, I don't want to mention any name now.
I'll explain what
I don't want to mention any name.
Phenomenon.
I don't want to mention any name. So they will say that they will say this girl was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say that house was left for Ogwego. Then they will say that this house is haunted because the person used it for Ogwego. So now they will say sometimes there are big
strange spirits.
Strange spirits inside that house, and that there are pythons coming out from the house, and the house will be left haunted and abandoned. So I don't know what Ogwego. I know he tried to mention that of food, which threw some of us out of eating houses.
Washing plates, waiting.
Washing plates because the person knows how to cook. I want to know because there was one place I ate ofonubu in at Abakaliki. I've not forgotten that ofonubu until today.
Okay.
It's almost 20 years.
The thing is still holding you.
I don't know what you mean by that. But so, these fans of Ogwego, first of all, is it even real? Forget about, is it real? Do we have all things that
controls money? And those principles that controls money, whether they are from the positive side or from the negative side, you can call them Ogwego because they are principle oriented.
Okay.
You can have some money and go and give to beggars, things like that, sacrifice.
That is sadaka.
It generates money.
Yes.
It generates favor.
Yes.
It weakens favor.
Good.
Bible says, he that giveth to the poor, lendeth to God.
Good.
And if you can lend to a big man like God, anytime you need a cash out, you cash out. Or we go up.
Good.
Paying tithes. Bible says when you pay tithe, God opens the windows of heaven.
Good.
I'm speaking from the positive angle of Ogwego. God opens the windows of heaven and pour out blessings to you until there will be no room to contain. Good. But I so much believe that every increase, every wealth, every resources, you cannot be able to publicly declare how you gain them. There is a question mark underneath. Every wealth, every increase, every resources, you cannot publicly declare how you get them, how you came to be with them. There is a question mark.
Yeah, because I know what you're saying, but Balzac in that the book called The Godfather.
Okay.
The first opening quote is behind every great fortune is a crime.
Okay.
But that is by the way. That's by the way. Because now in the white man's land today, every word is traceable. They trace every word today.
Yes.
Except those who are into the
white man's land.
There's always underground economy. Like those who are selling the drugs.
I heard that the white also have their own way of.
No, they have witches now. No, they have witches. No, they are. You can't talk about witches.
They call it white.
No, you can't talk about witches without the white man.
Okay.
No, they know how to do that.
So outside that of positive development to gaining money, there is another dark corner that is the negative development, negative areas of getting money, and which we still intend to sacrifice. It's either blood sacrifice, which is human, or animal sacrifice. Somewhere I pastored one early morning as we were coming out for morning prayer. I saw a goat. I didn't say in the dream, physically, chained all over, locked with key all over, many keys. So there are mysteries in this life that you will not understand until you dive into it. And it could be possible that somebody is symbolized with that issue and named and locked. Then the person will be struggling, sweating in vain, while you yourself will be increasing. And so much, just like you cited, I can't have a correct sense of mind, and I will be the one washing a plate that will use to put food for me. After eating, I will still pay you. Then there is something behind it. It's not just that the person is a masterpiece in cooking. It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true. So quote it anywhere. For a whole sense man, sane, to come, park his car, he cannot wash in his house, then he wash in the public. For them to dish out food, you need to go to psychiatry or go for deliverance. There is something holding that very environment that you do not know. There's a sacrifice that is going on that you do not know. And with the whole benefit of that, Ogwego is underneath.
Hey, that is serious. I never started this trouble because I know that when people
I'm a peace expert. I make peace.
No, I know that.
Don't create trouble.
Okay, because I know that when somebody knows how to cook or make good palm wine or do all those things, that people are ready to be happy among themselves, but fine. Now, we have looked at one part of this Ogwego. He mentioned a number of the positive ends, like when you make your tithe, like when you make saraka, like when you do good to a fellow human beings, and therefore get the favor from doors. The positive energies that they open doors, because we live in a life of reciprocity. But also, there are also the negative sides. Like I told a story here about what happened in my neighboring community, called the man that told us the story was a chief in Abu. So the man came out to town, things were not working well for him. May he rest in peace, Chief Ike. He told us the story when he was the leader of the workers in a suit, when I entered the suit, Asutech really. So he now said that the man now went to the village and collected 3 stones and put the stones together and told the stones, because it is by the word, it's word power now.
Yes.
It's word power.
Exactly.
He said, if you make me progress, I'll continue to do things for you. So the first year, he was killing chicken, doing well, killing various chicken, both hen, cock. So and things started going well for him. Then he started killing goat. He started killing rams. From there, then he started killing cow. Then from the cows, one day, the oracle told him, there must be a change. So the oracle requested for human sacrifice. He said, no, we didn't discuss that one. Because people don't know that there's no vacuum in life. There is no vacuum. Every space is, if you don't make use of it, something will make use of it. So it happened that the man said, no. Because the man told us, I was there when the man was telling the story. So when the man refused, time went on. The first son died. Okay. When the first son died, it looked like happenstance. So he could not place it. He continued with his offering of cows. The second son died. Then the man gave a shout of grief to the community. He beckoned on the community. And then the community came together and destroyed the shrine. So, I don't know whether you call it Ogwego or not, but the issue is that, like you mentioned, there are all these energies, both positive energy and negative energy. Okay. Both positive energy and negative energy. And it is possible for people to have that. We will take our break, and then when we come back, we will now begin to look at the consequences of some of this Ogwego thing, because I love thinking of 1989-90, when we were thinking of living in bondage, and so on and so on. So we come back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so I want to thank, we must thank our brother Reverend Carlo Oka and our brother Mazi Obonaya Anichukwu for the insight so far as regards this ritual money, because it gives us the impression of there are the negative and there are the positive forces as regards Ogwego. Like we said, when I was growing here in Enugu, I used to see somebody that we used to call names. I don't want to mention those because families could be involved and people should be respected. But we saw them, boys, girls, grown-ups, turned to imbeciles, and so on and so forth. And the people would say it was what they used them for, Ogwego. Some of them turned to imbeciles, some of them turned to idiocy, some of them turned to morons, all these things, and they say it was Ogwego. Whether it is true or not, maybe it was, genetic problem, maybe some drugs and so on and so on, fine. But people took those things as a And then, of course, we have, like we said, haunted houses and so on and so forth. People still say it is Ogwego. But we want to go to the consequences in America. What are the main consequences of let us outside this what we have just
for the want of time, there are dire consequences of delving into Ogwego. And let me remind us that Ogwego is a deviation, is a departure from decent Igbo tradition. Ogwego is an abnormal use, an aberration of Igbo tradition. You can't go to Alpha, because this Alpha is where the gods and ancestors speak, the mouthpiece of the gods. No Alpha will tell you to do Ogwego. Ogwego is what somebody wanted to do for himself. Because Ogwo means you are attacking nature, you want to conjure nature, you want to stop nature, you want to work against nature. And working against nature means working against God. That's why it attracts consequences. If you go to Alpha, the only thing Alpha will tell you is Alpha will tell you, go and do sacrifice for your chi. Or make one say, like he said, if I'm from Numonat, he say, Mfona, or Anyemego, Anyobunego, Anyamanja, Anyamama wants you to go and give ram. Whatever. Then you go and do it. Yes. That it will open door. Then that or ezumezu. Go and do sacrifice for your ancestral, your paternal and maternal ancestors. Celebrate them. Or the deities. So, but when you do those things, then whatever is constraining you, whatever is disturbing you in making wealth, they will go and scatter that thing. Then wealth will flow. Because pure traditional religion, pure Igbo traditional religion is just like Christianity. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a plain worship. No concussion, no configuration, no ekike. Have you seen it? So, but why, when somebody wants to go do Ogwego, there are roots, herbs, bloodletting, then sometimes human parts. So that human parts, and when you are delving into human parts, you need to, that's why Ogwego is too bad. Monetary is too bad, because sometimes your family, from the olden days, they said nobody should do Ogwego in this family. It's something that your ancestors spoke against, and whoever does it is cursed. As a covenant. Sometimes you is your cosmic agreement, your cosmic contract as you are coming to this world, that you cannot do anything like Ogu. Some families don't do Ogu. Some persons don't do Ogu. They can do Ichwaja, they can Chwaja, do sacrifice. But so that's why before some people go and do Ogwego, they ought to ask themselves, what are the consequences? That's why when somebody's father use human parts to do Ogwego for the wealth of the family, with time it start consuming people there. Just like if you have a brother or a large family where there is a strong ritualist on your Ogwego, hardly can somebody else prosper in that family. Only the person will prosper because he has used that evil diabolism to gather all the wealth of the family, all the wealth of the brothers. He has captured it. All the wealth of other people in the family has captured it through evil powers. That's why you need to be prayerful. You need to be. It's either you are praying fervently, like Reverend is a man of God, or you are going to a strong native doctor who will handle you and tell you what is the problem. That's why whenever you come into a family, whenever that only rich man there sees you, that's why you don't accept gifts anyhow. It means you want to break off from that chain. You need to refuse the gift of the devil.
Avoid accepting gifts.
So, because that gift, he uses it to change. He says, salaka, use it to change people's destiny and stars. You come into a family when only one person is making it. Ask questions.
Yeah, but I don't want. I want pastor to. I want Reverend to, because the way you're going now, people are going to be afraid of even going out.
Concluding it, what I'm saying is, in essence, that you doing Ogwego in your past life, what we call it, maybe you have made a contract that you can never do Ogwego. Some families don't go into charm. When you go into charm, you have problems. So that's why any family, the father or mother or whoever use human parts to do that okite or that Ogwego, you start consuming human lives.
Okite is a new thing.
And have you seen? So it is a very dangerous concussion and configuration to be involved in.
Okay, so Reverend Uka, he has been talking about, we are looking at the consequences, and he brought in a number of perspectives to it because we need to get, particularly the young ones, because now, if you go to every village in the southeast, all the trees are dressed now, you know, in white, in red, in black, in green, in whichever, and people are dancing around, and sometimes people say that the ancestors have done this, you know, that I'm just coming up so that because the pastor maybe he has been seeing some of those things. I'm just talking about what we see now. So you know, and there's so much inflation, there's so much unemployment, there's so much suffering, and so there is confusion. You know, if you go back to Europe at a stage in the 19th century, the Europeans were now even during the days of St. Paul, about 2,000 years ago, people at a stage started thinking that the Christ was going to come immediately, and they stopped even working. We were just praying. But in this case, people are now working for money. Sometimes it's through desperation, whatever it is. So, but what are the consequences? Apart from some of what you said, that sometimes people could cripple the rest of members of the family. That is if they are not close to their God, I believe so. Yeah. 2, you made a point about that you saw a ram or goat that was chained right round with multiple keys. There was one that I saw in the social media recently, about last week.
The one they clipped on the tongue.
Not only that they clipped the tongue, they also pierced the eye. They pierced the eyes and put it onto it. You know, tied it somewhere. And the man was saying, how could somebody be so cruel? You know, I mean, pierced the eyes violently, the two of them, and then you have all those things. And that's why, like you said, sometimes some of this aja and so on, whether it is aja, you know, I'm a Catholic, so in the Catholic Church we have aja.
That one is not aja.
No, I said in the Catholic Church. No. In the Catholic Church is aja. In the Catholic Church it is aja. Yes. You know, in the Catholic Church we have what we call the synagogue worship, which is from introduction to the word, sharing the word. Then after that, we enter into the aja. Aja Mass, there, so. Then it becomes now the aja in itself. No, but even in the non-Catholic, Christian areas, there are a lot of other, practices which they have through which they try to help. Because without some level of help from above, there's going to be trouble. Because sometimes you come out in the street and you have things thrown all over the place. So that's why I said, are you going to be frightening people? So we look at the consequences, and then we look at what do we do, in case where, like you mentioned, that why should a grown-up man that is in his good senses, who doesn't wash plate in his house, be washing plate in the public of XYZ? I don't want to mention any name because I will mention a name that could be true, and then it looks like no I may know. So what first, after the consequences, which we know they are dire, because people die in such places, people are crippled economically in such places, people disappear. People run mad in such places. Yes. I know that in Imo State,
incurable sickness.
People run mad, yes, and there are all this. Like in Imo State, they used to say something like this: that come on, come for sometimes, like one boy disappeared from my town for a long time, for about 25 to 30 something years. Then one day after the death of one man, the man came back. People were surprised because they had already done the man's rights for burial. And then they saw the man. So we don't know. So all this ritual thing and particularly the money. After helping us with the consequences, what do we do to survive them? Because like we talked of living in bondage, how Andy used merit in those days when we were people were always thinking and dancing about it. But Andy made the money, but Polo acquired Refma, and he ended up where he ended. So we want to look at those consequences again. And then the way out of such things.
You have already mentioned some of the consequences, which we all know, is people running mad, going insane, in a broad daylight, people losing their parents mysteriously, people losing their children mysteriously, and all those things. Life is full of mysteries, full of mystery. And when people get involved into certain occultic groups, that is where they find it easily to engage in this ogwego of a thing, because some of those occult will tell them
the do's and the don'ts and what they are supposed to do in order to get wealth. And in all these their quests, there must be life and blood must be involved. And it gets to a point you will not have a comeback, a return.
Yes,
you keep
point
going,
of no return.
You keep going.
Because it's already late.
Yes. So especially
yes,
when
it's already late.
Especially when you come to a community, you have so many mad people walking around. So many. Ndi Igbo say mbanta di ole, ndi era di esa. How
I know what you're saying now.
How small a community is. You
and
have
seven
mad
mad people in a small community.
Because they are all in pursuit to get wealth. And when you fail the principle, it will boomerang. So that is it. It is important that we know that making money has a rule.
Principles.
Has a rule.
Clean principles.
A clean one has a rule. If you want to make money in the way of the Lord, it takes you something.
Yes.
It doesn't come unless God decides to lavish His favor and grace upon you. If not, you must work hard.
One.
You must work smart.
You
must work in obedience to that particular rule that is guiding that very sector you are in for you to advance. Okay? You are into one field. You must learn it and know it very, very well. There is a level of class you attain. Things begin to return to you. Not that you engage in upwego.
Yes.
But the situation where extraordinarily outpouring overflows everywhere. You become the lordship.
Without any performance basic.
Sir, even us that are in the Christian angle, I am saying it without any act of apology. That you are doing something and it's working does not justify that God is with you. You are doing something and it's overflowing. It's not a proof of divine approval. I have the greatest crowd. Sir, it may be deceptive. What is involved? What are you doing with the crowd? How are you managing that crowd? That is what tells you that you are working with God. Because working with God is different from working for God. So some people may gain one charm or the other, or go to be doing ministry. And it's working. If it is working, did God say it is working? To the eyes of men, it is working. What happened in the secret? Can you tell people how you make money? How you get the money? Can you tell them where you have gone to? Can you tell them that in Jesus' name? Is it only in Jesus' name that is working? Or there's another thing attached to it? That is the Ogwego. Certainly, one time or the other, it will flash back. And whatever a man sow, that shall he reap. So that is why we need to follow the way of the Lord and stand with the Lord. Psalm 75 made it clear that promotion cometh not from the east, west, north, or south. It comes from the Lord. When it reaches the time of God, if you work hard, He will make all things beautiful for you. That is it. So we need to be patient with God because He that created you, He knows what to do with us. So He's not in a hurry and He cannot be late. So people should not engage in ogwego because the way you go into it is the way you come out. And by the time you come out, it's not that way you go that you come out because you must go down.
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Okay. So what do you have to tell us? Because the viewer wants to take something home from our discussion. I know we have this ogwego thing. We now know that whether it is from negative energy or not, that people have come to acquire wealth, sometimes from negative energies, forces or whatever. But we also have seen consequences. At least those of us that grew here, we have seen the consequences. Sometimes, I don't want to mention towns, but in my travel through Nigeria, I've passed certain towns in some parts of this country, where you will pass a whole village and you see not people running from, that was before the coming of bandits and unknown gunmen. So many years ago, when people used to travel freely, you will go to a place, you come to a whole town, you will see a lot of houses already uninhabited and trees growing on top of
everywhere.
Trees growing on top of the trees, on top of the houses. I don't want. I don't want to mention any state because if I mention the state, it will look like I'm trying to. Because I know that I've seen it in the West, I've seen it in this part of the country, and you will see houses and nobody is now living in those houses. Beautiful houses abandoned, and haunted houses totally abandoned. And so, what do we do? Because we want our people to be like today. We talk of the richest man in the world. I think is what's the name of the man that used to support Trump? Elon Musk. Elon Musk. His money is clear. I mean, people can trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Exactly.
Yeah. When Michael Jackson was alive, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth.
Sure.
If anybody in the white man's land, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. But sometimes you come and you say you have gone to Equity and you have gone to this, and that was why Soludo got very, very offended and then did what? He locked them up and said, "You are making our youths what? Lazy, because instead of working to earn their living,
they are engaging
they are entering into water and then deciding to stay there and waiting. And a lot of young women are lost. People are dying. I just saw one picture of a young woman, final year student of Nandazikwe University. Beautiful picture of a beautiful girl, but now a missing person.
To what you want to say.
So what do you say? What do you tell our girls? The way they follow all these rich people, and then things are running bad.
Ogwego is not entirely with Igbo tradition.
Yeah, but we're looking at the consequences.
The consequences is,
and then what do we do?
You know, after the war, we had we were chased away politically
and economically.
Economically, so that was when the genesis of this Ogwego started. It's not like Ogwego and Igbo tradition. It's an aberration. It is a negative importation into our cultural system. Okay. Anything that you achieve does not give you will bring causes upon your life.
Okay.
You achieve is
from day one.
So,
right from day one.
You are in Igbo cosmology, there's what they call chi. Chi is who that gives you whatever you have like at a particular time. When God said Abraham, I will bless you with like, at the set time of life. So your chi blesses you at the set time of life. So this all these children, all these youths going saying it's not tradition. So the dark consequence, any person who knows what Ogwego is should stay away from Ogwego. Highest thing from Igbo cosmology is when you go to Alpha, it says go and do something for your chi. And you have not traced even your family lineage. Your lineage. Are you sure that somebody who does Ogwego will survive?
Okay.
Some towns, like my town, no monates. Our past ancestors said whoever does Ogwego must perish without Ogwego.
Okay.
And though you do Ogwego and so on, the dark consequence is that
let's leave Nara.
Ogwego has evil consequences. It's not something
let's
you
go
should
to
do.
Ohafia.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Ohafia people, they are rich. They were the people that started all this attack markets.
I do not really want to believe that Ogwego is an aberration. It's imported.
It's imported.
I may not.
It's abuse.
I him now. This is
I may not necessarily align to it.
Okay.
Because right from ab initio, people has had the quest to make money. Even while you are sleeping, there are people that want to make money. There are people that want to. You say, is the money coming from the sea? I will go there, sir. When we were small, we used to go to the stream. There's one girl that we swim with. The girl, you search her naked, she will enter the ocean and come out with clean coin. Clean coin, money, clean coin. And you collect it, and she will enter again. You that is sane, healthy, and you cannot spend the number of minutes under the sea like her. She will come out with another money. Sir, there is mystery in this life. There are people that make money. When they abuse the process, it will flash back. And you see the person pulling down his house, burning everything. Because that money must return to the source.
Exactly.
There are mysteries to wealth. But the one God gives to you, you have peace of mind to enjoy it. The Bible says, the peace I give to you is not as the world gives. I give you my peace, and that is for rest. But if it is the peace that the devil gives, it is temporal.
Reverend, I think,
and after that, crisis will feel everywhere.
Let me polish this gift of Jesus. He said, I am going to give you a peace. Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand.
Very good.
Are you know what I'm saying?
Very good.
Peace the world cannot take away and cannot understand. They cannot
good.
understand it.
You can't collect from the devil without giving back to the devil. He collects 10 times or 100-fold from what he has given to you. So it is important that if we must source for money and wealth, we source it in a godly way,
in a decent
way.
In
the fear of the Lord. You know, at times we try to go to life with shortcuts.
No shortcut to progress.
And shortcut we cut our life short and pieces. But if you go through life with that long journey with God, one, you come out with experience. You come out with tutorial professorship to teach others your way, and they will follow your way. You come out with what we call a sense of responsibility. I can do this. Not having your certificate, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot defend it. But we all want to have money. We all want to, everything must center on money. It is wrong. People even use their newborn child to make money.
It's true.
Newborn child. You carry for 9 months, even the mother agrees with the father to do what? To use the baby for sacrifice, for momentarily satisfaction. For the moment.
It's true.
Then when the time to pay back will come, you see the person alive and rotten. Having that kind of mysterious sickness comes everywhere. So people should be very, very careful. It is not the end that justifies the means. It is the means.
The process.
That justifies the end. So we should not undermine the means we use to get the end.
Okay.
And God will help us.
So viewer, you can see that it's tough before us because, yes, there is virtual money. I look at my girls. If you come to a suit, when I was doing student affairs, if we lose 10 students in a year, 8 would be girls.
Serious.
May they rest in peace. You know, and these losses come because they run around these boys that do what they call Yahoo Plus. And these things, you know, I just got thrown off immediately. I remember it now. You see, because, and mostly from outside the hostel, not in the hostel. Yeah, sometimes in about 2 years we lost one young man in the hostel. He went to work somewhere at Edo. Then he had an accident. He died. That is clear. But you know, you have these students dying because of this Yahoo Plus, particularly those living in all those whatever they call it. You know, what do you call those things?
Lodge.
Those lodges, you know. So, but what are we saying? I'm not saying it's the lodges that cause the problem. I'm saying that people work, and then these girls want to be part of one big society, and they don't know some of these things. And we are trying to reach out to everybody. We are trying to reach out to parents. We are trying to reach out to our children. We are trying to reach out to ourselves, hoping that by the grace of God, that all will be well.
Professor, do you know there are people in the house they build, they put a ritual stuff.
I don't know.
That drain tenants.
Yes.
That drain tenants.
That is true.
I have been a victim.
You can never live there and prosper.
I have been a victim when I have not entered into the ministry. You cannot pack into that yard and still go out of that yard the way you came.
True.
You cannot. You cannot. Very close to us. Atobiago here. Very close to us. You must go down. You must go down.
Yeah, well, but this is where we now go back to you, Reverend, because we must teach our people, you know, the importance of prayer and good living, because everything is not about just saying the prayer, following the principles of life, you know, avoiding strange women. You know, there's something we discussed that time. It's not easy to be a Christian. No?
Yes.
It is not easy to be a Christian.
At all.
But you should make effort to be a witness. Then pray to God to protect you. Because, like, as a tenant, how do you know the house that is...
yes, when you see certain occurrences.
How do you know the occurrences?
Repeatedly happening.
No,
like when I packed in, somebody called me and said, did you ask question before you came in? I said, I did not know how to ask the question. I was
that
looking
is
for
it.
a house.
You are looking for a house.
Do you understand?
Yes, we are looking for a house.
So,
and you saw a good house.
But you know what? One day it was raining heavily. And the wind blew off the roof.
Woof.
And we were there, we were seeing the sky. We hid ourselves under one of the rooms. I had to puncture the ceiling and be collecting the mud that have lasted for years, so that that ceiling will not fall under us. So it was as a result of that wind that blew off the roof that we saw a concussion that was hanged inside the roof of the house. Pray till thy kingdom come. Unless God delivers you, that charm is over you.
Sorry.
And they have spoken something over the head of whoever that will pack into that place. But will you know that the owner of the house, they are gone, but those charms still there. But that thing that happened exposed everything, and that was the end. But I still later packed out. So, but all I'm trying to say is that if you are not prayerful, if God is not on your side, if God did not decree that your trouble is over, that your trouble is over, you still be passing through that wilderness of experience, that university of adversity. Yes. You still pass it to understand and learn the mysteries of life.
Thank you. So with this, we say bye until we meet next time. May God continue to be with us and to protect us.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.